మీటింగ్ మెయిల్ తీసాం సార్
తీసండి సార్కి ఇచ్చండి అక్కడ పేపర్ తీసుకోమ్మా సార్ దగ్గర పేపర్
ఆ టేబుల్ పైన చూడమ్మా. ఎన్ఐసి
ఇది సెక్యూరిటీ లింక్ సార్ ఇది అక్కడ పేపర్ సార్ పేపర్ ఉందా మనం ఇందాక ప్రింట్ తీసాం కదా పేపర్
Power on. Bluetooth mode.
బ్లూటూత్ ఆన్లో ఉంది దగ్గర బ్లూటూత్ ఎక్కడ ఉందా దగ్గర
Connect.
తీసుకోమ్మా
వేరే మీటింగ్ ఉంది అని.
అది అన్ని వెళ్ళాను
తీసుకోమ్మా నాకు మామూలు ఆపెన్ బ్లాక్ బ్లాక్ అన్నది
Sorry, yes,
ఆన్ చేయండి
మన నేమ్ మాత్రం పడే పాపలేదు. భలే ఉంది
సార్ నమస్తే సార్
మీరు నాగేశ్వర గారు
ఆఫీస్ లో ఉన్నాను నేను రాజేష్ సార్ విక్రమ్ గారు మీరు దీంట్లో ఉన్నారా సార్ ఆన్లైన్ లో థర్డ్ సెషన్ ఈజ్ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ సార్ మనకు చూడండి మీకు ఆల్రెడీ చూసుకుంటారు 12:30 to 12:55 థర్డ్ సెషన్ సెషన్ 3 గ్యారంటీ ఇది బాగా ఇంటరాక్ట్ అవ్వండి సార్, ఎందుకంటే ఆల్రెడీ ఆడ దృష్టిలో ఉన్నాం, ఇంకొంచెం దృష్టిలోకి వెళ్ళిపోతాం మనం. క్వశ్చన్ ఆన్సర్లో మ్యాక్సిమం వెళ్ళిపోండి, ఏం వదలద్దు. వాట్ ఎవర్ ఇట్ ఈస్, వాళ్ళకి క్వశ్చన్ వేస్తూ మన గురించి కొంచెం చెప్పాలి, అదనమాట ఇక్కడ. ఇది మన క్యాలిక్యులేషన్ పార్ట్.
వాట్ ఈస్ అవర్ ప్రోగ్రెస్ అని
అది దాన్ని డైరెక్ట్ చెప్పకూడదు కాబట్టి మనం క్వశ్చన్ వేసి మనం కంటిన్యూషన్ చెప్పాలి. ఓకే సార్, రైట్ సార్, నమస్తే సార్. ఇది రాజేష్ సార్తో మాట్లాడు.
సార్ నమస్కారం సార్, మీరు ఇక్కడికి వస్తారనుకున్నాను నేను.
అనుకున్నాము, తర్వాత ఆపుతాను.
ఓకే, మీరు చాలా ఇవాళ యూఆర్ ది మెయిన్ కింగ్ ఆఫ్ అవర్ సిఎంపి. మీరు కింగ్ సార్ మాకు ఇవాళ, ఎందుకంటే రీసెర్చ్ అండ్ డెవలప్మెంట్ లోపల మీది ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ బాగా పనిచేస్తుంది కాబట్టి దెన్ యూ కెన్ బుల్డోజ్ దెమ్ అన్నమాట టుడే. చూడండి సార్, ఎంత వీలైతే అంత మనం ప్రొజెక్ట్ చేయడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేయండి. వాట్ వీ కెన్ డూ, వాట్ వీ కెనాట్ డూ అవన్నీ చెప్పేసేయండి. వాళ్ళు ఏదో సందు చూసుకొని చెప్పండి. డౌట్స్ అని కాదు సార్, డౌట్స్ కాదు. మనం ఏం చేయగలుగుతాము, ఏం చేస్తాము అది చెప్పగలిగితే బెస్ట్ అన్నమాట. ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళు ఏదైనా ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ ఉంటే ఇమ్మీడియట్ గా అలొకేట్ చేయడానికి ఇది అవుతుంది. ఓకే, ఆల్ ది బెస్ట్ సార్.
సార్ హలో, సార్ ఓకే సార్, బాయ్ సార్.
Hello, critical mineral trackers, can you please mute yourself?
సార్
Please mute yourself. Your voice is disturbing.
ఎస్ సార్, ఎస్ సార్.
Kind attention, all the delegates. Requesting everyone to kindly be seated. Also, please move into the vacated seats in the front. Kindly move into the vacated seats. Good morning to all the distinguished guests. It is my honor to welcome you all to the budget seminar on the National Critical Minerals Mission. Thank you all so much for joining us today. My name is Aparna Sajeev. I am a research associate at TERI, and I will be emceeing today's session. This seminar is being organized with the objective of gathering stakeholder responses and feedbacks on the draft NCMM, which will be duly shared with the ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence today's event with the inaugural session, I would like to request Shri Manish Kumar I would like to request the Secretary, Ministry of Mines, the Additional Secretary, Shri Sanjay Lohia, and Shri V.L. Kantarao, Secretary, Ministry of Mines, to the dais. Sir, please. And I also welcome Dr. Vanita Kumari D, Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Mines. A round of applause. My apologies, Veena Kumari D, Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Mines. I would also request Shri Manish Kumar, Deputy Secretary of the Ministry of Mines, to come to the dais to felicitate Shri V.L. Kantarao. Please put your hands together for Shri V.L. Kantarao, Secretary of the Ministry of Mines. A round of applause to Shri Sanjay Lohia, Additional Secretary of the Ministry of Mines. To formally inaugurate our event, a round of applause to Dr. Veena Kumari D, Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Mines. To formally inaugurate our event, I would like to request Shri Sanjay Lohia, Additional Secretary of the Ministry of Mines, to deliver the welcome address.
Respected Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Shri V.L. Kantarao, Joint Secretary, Dr. Veena Kumari, my colleagues in the ministry, senior people from the industry, media, dear friends. It's my privilege to welcome you all to this budget seminar on critical mineral mission. In fact, it's a big moment for us in the Ministry of Mines to get to this stage of getting budget announcement done regarding critical minerals and having this opportunity to share our views with all the stakeholders in this budget seminar. I just today felt like recapping some of the things which have gone to have we have reached this stage. In fact, the Ministry of Mines formed Kabil in the year 2019 with the purpose of acquiring mineral assets, critical mineral assets abroad, because we realized that we don't have critical mineral assets, at least not too many in our country. And today we have Dr. Rath also, who is the first CEO of Kabil. He is present here. Then I think we were stuck with the COVID, but during those times, under his leadership, a lot of negotiations would be done with some of the countries. And in March 22, an agreement was signed with CMFO Australia to jointly look for suitable assets where India could buy some stakes. Then those days only, I think some negotiations were going on with countries like Argentina and some other countries. So those days we came up with the idea that if we are looking for assets abroad, why not we look for assets in India? Because that time, some of these critical minerals like lithium, etc., they were classified as the atomic minerals. Then we prepared a proposal from IBM, get these minerals out of the list of atomic minerals and free them for industry. We circulated a proposal in May 22 to basically take up auction of critical minerals by central government, because the state governments were not uniform in auctioning critical mineral blocks or mineral blocks as a whole, and also to delist 6 minerals from the list of atomic minerals. And along with that, we also moved with the concept of exploration license, by which we give bigger areas to companies to look for deep-seated and critical minerals. So that amendment was moved, and then that thing finally got, in fact, after a lot of discussions, etc., with the Department of Atomic Energy, we could get that thing done. And in August 2023, we got the amendment made, and after that, rules, etc., have been framed. And today we are in a situation where a number of critical mineral blocks have been already auctioned, and another list is being prepared. Simultaneously, ministry has been, since I would say 2021, trying to impress upon the revenue authorities that let us free the custom duty on items which we lack, like copper, concentrate, and things like that. So since 21, then from 22 onwards, we also started taking up things about critical minerals, all categories of critical minerals. So finally, this year, the Honorable Finance Minister has been kind enough to announce exemption of custom duties on these minerals. Here, I would like to point out one more thing, that in I think May or June 23, we prepared a list of critical minerals, which will be our guide. So that list is slightly different from the list for which the central government conducts auction, because it includes certain minerals like silicon and copper, etc., which we don't really conduct auction. But then that is the list which we have a focus on. And parallelly, I just would like to also say that since 23 or maybe early 23, we started there's an increasing focus on the processing of critical minerals in the country. So we have this S&T program. So that S&T program was modified, and the focus was given on processing of critical minerals. And also in last around 6 months back, or maybe 8 months back, an element was introduced about asking MSME and startups also to participate in the R&D work, which is funded by Ministry of Mines. And as a result of today, now I think we have sanctioned around 11 projects to startups, etc. So that is one more element in the critical mineral story, which the ministry has already started. And so all these ideas, which partly some have been executed, partly which need to be executed, and some more things which we need to do, like facilitating extraction of critical minerals from big mineral blocks, because of we need some regulatory changes. also to push for recycling of various materials to extract critical minerals, etc. So those works are there. So all these ideas and some more ideas have been made part of the critical mineral draft document, mission document, which will be presented today, and first round of discussions will take place at the budget seminar. In fact, during all these things in last 2 years or so, the ministry got an opportunity when India hosted G20 summit. So that time we had, we were a part of a small, I think, working group, one of the working groups, but then a focus was given on how to put this critical mineral in a focus in the G20 declaration, and we could get, I think, 1 or 2 paragraphs included there. And during those time, we started having association with our think tanks in the country like WRI, CEW, and now we have 3 think tanks which are actively associated with the ministry, and we have had in the last 2-3 years number of discussions with the industry also. So I think we are at a very crucial stage in this journey of our country in this critical mineral space, and we feel privileged that this has been taken up as a focus item in the budget speech of the Honorable Finance Minister. And I would like to just, for the benefit of the audience today, just point out our Secretary, sir, has been very, I think he has put in a lot of effort to get such a mention in the budget and get our proposals approved. So this gives us a lot of leeway for all stakeholders to push it forward. And I hope this today's deliberations, with all your active contribution, we will be able to, as a ministry, fine tune our whatever work we are doing. At the same time, I would like to take this opportunity to also urge the stakeholders, especially the companies, the private sector companies and the PSUs, that to please take steps in increasing your portfolio, in trying to get critical mineral assets, acquiring some stakes abroad, acquiring critical mineral assets within the country, and pushing for some efforts in processing also. These may be small steps for today, but you never know. They may turn out to big business opportunities for your company in the future. So with these words, I would like to welcome you all again to today's discussions in this budget seminar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sri Lohia, for your warm welcome and insightful remarks. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Veena Kumari D, Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Mines, to present on the National Critical Minerals Mission.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected Secretary Sir, Additional Secretary Sir, learned audience, and ladies and gentlemen, once again, I welcome all to this program, both of you who have joined online as well as present today here. Very warm good morning to all of you. As you all know, the journey of critical minerals for India started quite some time in June 2022, and that slow start now has taken a very fast pace, all thanks to Secretary Sir, who is driving this work, this particular area of the sector in a very serious and in-depth manner. And today we are here to discuss about the critical mineral mission, which is announced by the Honorable Finance Minister. I'll give you a broad overview of what we are planning to do through this mission. Next, please. This mission has basically the document has five chapters. We start with the vision and then give a brief background about what we have done till now. Then we clearly define the objective of the mission, and then we'll go to the mission components and what is the governance framework for this mission which we are proposing. So the vision, when we talk about the vision, we are very clearly defining that our mission is to secure a long-term sustainable supply of critical mineral so as to strengthen the critical mineral value chain. By strengthening the critical mineral value chains, starting from exploration till the recovery of this mineral from the end of the life product. And this will be through a strategic intervention in the form of policy reforms, financial supports, infrastructure facilities, human resource development, international cooperation, so that India's critical mineral ecosystem is globally competitive and resilient. This is the vision which we are going to achieve through this particular mission. So then we will go to the background. We'll give an overview of why critical mineral is very important, what is its importance in the India's energy sector, food security and defense. So this everybody knows, but anyway, as a background we are giving is, then we will be talking about the reforms which is already been done by the Ministry of Mines in the area of critical mineral, what all are the legislative reforms which we have done, and also the reforms which is related to exploration mining, including the mining in offshore areas. We also will give an international policy outlook. What are the other industrialized countries doing, or what are the measures which is being adopted by the other industrialized or resource-rich countries in the area of critical mineral. Then also, we also mention a little bit about the various international multilateral forum, what their work is, what their work in this sphere, and also what is the advantage of India when we talk about critical mineral mission, what India can contribute to the particular sector. And the objective is to secure the critical mineral supply chain by ensuring the availability of mineral either from the domestic or through the foreign source, and also strengthen the value chain, enhancing the technological, regulatory and financial ecosystem so that it foster innovation, skill development and global competitiveness in exploration, mining, beneficiation, processing and recycling. So this mission objective we are going to achieve through certain interventions. These interventions are of a whole of government approach. So we are not going to do it alone. The Ministry of Mine alone is not the agency. We will be having very close interaction with other ministries and other departments like CSIR, MEA, and the other user departments. Then there has to be policy changes so that there is an increased exploration, extraction, processing of these minerals. We are aware that there is a requirement of finance and financial incentive has to be extended for the development of the sector, and there is a requirement to strengthen the infrastructure both for research, logistics, as well as other infrastructure. There is a need to focus on technology, and that technology can be through collaboration. Then human resources, another area which needs to be given proper attention. And overall, as we all know, we are not self-sufficient in these minerals, and there is a need to have cooperation with other countries which are having the resources, which are having the technology. Now come to the important aspect which you all must be waiting for. What are the components of the mission? The mission is, at present we are proposing 7 components for mission. The first one and the most important is the increasing the critical mineral production domestically. Second is acquisition of the critical mineral assets abroad. Third is recycling of these critical mineral, then trade and market, then scientific R&D, then sixth is HR development, and 7 is funding and financial and other fiscal incentive. Now, each of these 7 components has various activities, so that now let us go to the first component of increasing the domestic mineral production. So how we are going to achieve this? We are going to enhance or increase the exploration and mining activities. So the government agencies will take more and more exploration of the critical minerals, and whatever mineral blocks explored, we will put it up in in auction, so that production can start. And we will have a dedicated budget for this. And also, we will try to fast track the regulatory approval for critical minerals. So that is the second component. Third is we already, as you know, we have already announced a new concession called exploration license. And for these exploration license holders, the incentive is also been announced. This is already been taken care. Then the next important component is, as we all know, the critical minerals are in association as trace element in with the main ore or in the tailings or in the burden, fly ash, red mud, etc. So we are proposing to have a relaxed regulatory regime for extraction of these mineral from overburden and tailings, fly ash, red mud. And also we are proposing to set up pilot projects for the mineral recovery. Then again, there are 7 components for increasing the domestic mineral production. 5 already I have given an overview. And then 5th one is assessment of trace elements during the exploration of the critical mineral. And we already have the data of exploration available in the open platform NGDA. So this will help for us to do more AI and machine learning based analysis of the available data. Then we also will prepare the guidelines to facilitate the trace element assessment through our agencies like GSI and IBM. Then we are proposing to have establish mineral processing parks across the country. And also we will encourage state government to promote exploration, mining, processing of these minerals. So that is the first component. Now we'll come to the second component, that is the acquisition of critical mineral assets abroad. So we are planning to map the countries which are having critical minerals, and then we'll extend support for detailed exploration of the critical mineral assets in those countries. And then also we are proposing to extend support for the exploration activities in those resource-rich countries. Then we are also having a component to mandate identified PSUs to acquire the critical mineral assets in identified countries. So they can, we will recommend that a certain percentage of their capital can be earmarked for this asset acquisition abroad. We also will come up with the guidelines to facilitate the PSUs to acquire assets in collaboration or through JVs with the private companies in outside India. Then also we'll come up with Indian some schemes or some support system for acquiring assets by the private companies outside India. Then we will also work very closely with the our embassies outside Ministry of External Affairs, so that if our companies, public or private, go and take up mineral assets outside India, then to ensure that in those countries there is a proper support system for our countries for evacuation of these mineral assets, minerals which will be mined in those countries. Then we have a component for recycling. So we'll be bringing up separate guidelines for the recycling of critical mineral. Some scheme for incentivizing the critical mineral recycling will also be taken up. And then we are proposing to have an recycling advisory group to promote circularity of these minerals and also ensure that these minerals are extracted from the end of life product. So in some, actually we have done quite a bit on this particular aspect, and there will be a detailed presentation by our EA on this during the as the program progress. Then the next component, the fourth component is trade and market. What we are proposing is currently we have many trade agreement with many of those countries, and we will enter into critical mineral partnership agreement with the resource rich countries. And also in ongoing trade agreement, we'll try to include a critical mineral component in the agreement. And then also we will have we are going to engage with the stakeholders for revising the HS code so that a harmonized HS code can be derived for the critical minerals. Then, as you all know, already the Honorable Finance Minister has announced custom duty exemption for 25 minerals. So this eliminating the import duty on critical mineral also is one of the component. Then removing the import duty and also other barriers for the recyclable material is also included as a component in the mission. And then we also propose to have a reserve of the critical mineral based on the need of the country. Then on R&D, and we are going to promote the research and innovation in critical mineral by allocating support, financial support, and also we will facilitate the patent filing procedures for innovators, startup and MSMEs by improved coordination between the various organizations involved in this process. Then we are also proposing to have a center of excellence on critical minerals in our various research organizations, and simplify the regulatory mechanism and enhance so as collaboration between the labs can be enhanced. Then also we are proposing to have a global R&D collaboration across the critical mineral value chain. Quite a lot of work is already been done on this, and many research projects are being undertaken under the various bilateral and multilateral platform like ISET. The next component is human resource development. So skill development centers we are proposing to establish Then also, we are also proposing to introduce separate modules on critical minerals in the existing courses, degree programs being delivered across the country through various universities. And also we also will offer capacity building program to the resource rich countries who require that such support through our own agencies like GSI, MECL, IBM, and also our other universities and institute. So the next important component is financing and fiscal measures. We will try to enable priority sector lending for the industries who will be taking part in the critical mineral sector. And also we will have appropriate fiscal intervention for supporting the critical mineral value chain, starting from exploration till the beneficiation and processing, so that this sector can attract more investment. So then the next component is on effective funding, financing, and fiscal incentive. So there will be budgetary provision for securing domestic and foreign critical mineral assets, and also there will be a budgetary support for various stages in the critical mineral value chain. So we also will enable the participation of the international development programs through World Bank, Asian Development Bank, IMF, etc. for critical mineral mission. And also we will also help in securing loan from the multilateral financial institution for the development of the sector. So these are the 8 components, and then we will have concurrent activities which will be taken up in addition to these 8 verticals. So that is, one is like we will update the list of the critical mineral as the technology progress, as the requirement changes, and also we'll do the demand assessment from time to time. And also we are proposing to develop a critical mineral traceability system to enhance the tracking of the critical minerals. Then we will conduct outreach programs, public awareness program. This will be, these are all concurrent activities. This will continue throughout the mission life. And also this will be, as I discussed earlier, it is a whole of government approach which will be led by the Ministry of Mines with the support of various regulatory bodies, public sector companies, research institutions, and labs. So these are the different components like domestic critical mineral exploration, risk coverage for the foreign sourcing, support for exploration activities outside India in recycling, then pilot projects for mineral recovery, R&D, and international R&D support, skill development support, and critical mineral processing park, and creating a stockpiling of the critical mineral. There will be year-wise allocation of fund from 24-25 financial year up to 29-30, and this will be that is a mistake, it is 29-30, 29-23 is written, and there will be a year-wise financial allocation. And the governance framework which we are proposing is, there will be a critical empowered committee of secretaries at the empowered committee chaired by the cabinet secretary, and having members from all the relevant ministries. And also there will be a dedicated secretariat in the ministry which will support the required secretarial and the knowledge support to the mission. So that's all for the critical mineral mission which we are bringing out, and we will have a detailed discussion as the day progress. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Kumari, for the comprehensive presentation. Next, it is my honor to invite Shri V.L. Kanta Rao, Secretary, Ministry of Mines, to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you very much. As you all know, this is a follow-up of the budget announcement made by the Honorable Finance Minister that the government will set up a critical mineral mission. Now, on critical minerals, we have been hearing for the last 2 to 3 years various initiatives that have been done by the government. So in a way, the work relating to critical mineral mission as outlined by the Joint Secretary has started in the last 2-3 years. The identification of critical minerals, then giving them certain incentives for exploration, then the auction and doing R&D on their processing. But I think what the announcement gives us is that this announcement is going to ensure that all our efforts will come together and they will be carried on in a mission mode. One point that has been made in the presentation, I don't know if you have noticed, at one place in the slide it was written whole of government approach. The critical minerals are required by various sectors in the country, and many departments, state governments, ministries are involved in ensuring that the requirement of critical minerals is met. So therefore, it is very important that all the agencies come together and work together in ensuring that we have some sort of self-sufficiency in critical minerals in the country. So therefore, a mission mode, a mission approved at the level of cabinet, a mission which comprises many ministries, many departments and state governments and R&D agencies, think tanks, will help in fast-tracking the efforts that we are doing. If you have seen, there are 7 main components that have been outlisted in the mission. 3 are related to production. The first 3 are you produce domestically, you acquire from abroad, or you recycle. So 3 of the 7 components are about producing them. There are 2 components about how we leverage our trade pacts, how do we try to get some market access. The 4th component is about trade and market, and the 5th is about R&D. So we, apart from producing and recycling and doing whatever through our mining companies, we should also parallelly ensure that friendly foreign countries which have a lot of critical minerals, also supply to us through some FTA, through some mineral security partnership or some international agreement, so on and so forth. And parallelly, while the mining companies are busy mining, we should work on the processing technology. So the 2 components, the first 3 are about manufacturing, the second 2 are about trade and R&D. Now the last two are about the mission, how we run the mission. One is about the administrative structure, the HR structure of the mission, that the mission should be headed by, it should be an independent mission within the ministry, it should be headed by, let's say, a joint secretary level officer, it should have a separate secretariat, it should have some think tanks helping the mission doing its work. So that is the sixth component, which is about the administrative structure of the mission. The seventh, of course, was a blank slide if you have seen in the end. It's about the financing of the mission. Right now, we are in very initial stages of discussing how to create this mission, what component should be part of the mission. So this is the first brainstorming session that we are having on the concept of mission about 15-20 days after the announcement. This is the first brainstorming session with all the stakeholders as to what should be part of the mission, how much money should be there, and what kind of financial support, let's say for R&D or for acquisition of assets abroad. Any of the ideas that are mentioned here, no idea indicated any amount. So that's why the seventh component, the slide was blank, because we need to now work out the numbers. We need to see what kind of demand is there, what kind of aspirations, what kind of initiatives people are wanting to take, and what kind of feedback we get on that. If you have seen the sub-components listed by the Joint Secretary on all the 7 main components, there are about 36 action points. There are 36 action points on which we need to work under this mission. And each action point in itself is a big task. For example, one of the things talks about the SOP for acquisition of assets abroad. For example, what are the circle? Let us say we have one PSU CMD sitting here. If the PSU were to be told by their ministry that they should get into critical minerals and they should go and acquire assets abroad, then what is the SOP or the delegation of power that we can provide to the PSU so that their efforts are streamlined? And there is something about recycling as to we should talk of ensuring that the policy facilitates easy collection of the waste material for recycling. So how do we do that? That is one action point on which we need to work with, let's say, Ministry of Environment and Forest and MITI, which handles e-waste. So there are 36 action points. So this mission is actually more than a mission mode. Once this mission starts, there are 36 points on which the directors and the DS level officers need to work on, and it will take a lot of time and it is a lot of effort. So it's a very ambitious mission. It's a very ambitious mission. It is different from a policy. If I were to bring a critical mineral policy, it may not have so many action points listed there. This is a critical mineral mission which is full of action. So therefore, I would expect the audience, the people who are present here and the people who are present online, I'm told about 100 people are present here and about 50 people are present online. They should be excited about seeing so many action points written here, and should come forward and give their suggestions as to how, first of all, whether this action point will work or not. If it has to work, then what are the ways in which it should be taken forward? If a certain thing is to be done properly, then what kind of budget is required? What kind of support does the private sector look forward to in whatever we are trying to get done through them? So I am hoping that we will have a very vibrant discussion, and I hope that by the end of today we would have improved this version 0 of the critical mission document, Thanks to all your inputs, suggestions, and your valuable discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary Rao, for your inspiring words and visionary keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short tea break. Please be back in your seats in another 15 to 20 minutes. We have an exciting lineup of technical sessions ahead. Thank you. By 11:05, please be back on the seats. Thank you so much. Okay, so it's been extended till 11:15. Please enjoy your tea.
the august presence of respected Secretary, Ministry of Mines, JS Ministry of Mines, and thank you very much for having me here. It's a great opportunity to speak. Before I reflect, I must compliment the excellent outlay that was presented today, outlining the various actionable points, as Secretary Sir has already said in his direction or in his address to all of us. An excellent outlay. It has covered all the 8 facets. It has covered all the critical action points. So probably I'm thinking what else to add. I'm sure this has taken some time to evolve over a period of time over last 2 to 3 years. Just to answer what Rishabh has said, one major thing that probably we could have some thought process or a suggestion in terms of the exploration landscape of the country. If you look at, we have the natural resource bandwidth and we have multiple players. In atomic minerals, as Additional Secretary in his opening remarks said that only recently the atomic mineral schedule was revised, whereas the minerals like lithium has been declustered from the atomic mineral schedule to the industrial mineral schedule. In a similar manner, what has been done, if you see the entire ecosystem, the oil and gas ecosystem is prevalent by 2 national oil companies and the E&P spectrum. Whereas we have individual, very expertise driven bulk mineral PSUs like NMDC, I would say Coal India. These are all large behemoths and they have recently stepped out as part of their diversification initiative. We have hydrothermal deposits being focused by Hindustan Copper, and manganese, of course, is a mix. So we have, and in the government sector, till now, the lithium or such minerals were primarily focused by AMD. But with the changed landscape, the vista has been opened, and our Secretary Sir has said that it is whole of government. So where we not only see a collaborative prospect for the public sector undertakings to take a plunge in critical minerals, because from a technology point of view, whether it is the geological understanding, the application of geophysical techniques, the drilling techniques, the principle of mining lease, near field exploration, regional mineral targeting, the principles are same across the natural resources. In some cases, we have been predominantly endowed, like in case of coal, iron ore. In some cases, the critical minerals, we have not been predominantly endowed. But I don't want to buy that argument. Till now, enough of exploration has not been done. So it is time for us to focus on exploration. And 2 things that I would say. One is we need to do serious capacity building, both at the central level, where Geological Survey of India is primarily responsible for carrying out exploration, and at the state level, because the state mining and geology departments require serious capacity building. Not only capacity building, training, focus, and handholding. And as far as GSI is concerned, we strongly believe that the Mission 1 activity, which would be the feeder line for Mission 2, should have more clarity and more thrust. In fact, going forward, after the blocks are carved out for auction, some kind of a commerciality has to be seen in terms of the blocks defined. I'll just take one step back. When we decide to carry out exploration blocks as part of our items or in GSI, we though think about discovering mineral blocks, but the intent was not how much area we will identify as part of the auction. So the decision of block size in auction would require more commercial connotations rather than availability of resources. In that, we will need to see the mineability of the resources. We'll have to see the consequential requirements. One simple example, if we are looking for a clay-based lithium deposit, the lithium extraction will have in level of percentage at ppm, ppb level. But the tellings that we need to generate will be multiple times. So the block that we carve out, do we consider this as part of the auction process? I think this is one such aspect. One example we can draw, the 32 million ton of ore telling dumps of Kolar Goldfields is a case in example. So going forward, probably the critical minerals exploration, the dimension of the blocks, and auction, the dimensioning of the blocks are the two considerations to make it successful. Before I conclude, at Oil India Limited, considering the commonality of expertise that is required, considering the extensive ENP bandwidth, because we are the oldest national oil company, the ENP bandwidth that Oil India possesses, we have already taken a decision to have diversification initiatives in critical minerals. We have already done a lot of homework, and we are seriously currently contemplating to look at both domestic and overseas assets. So I will rest with my first opening remarks on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rath, for the comprehensive intervention. I'll come to you next, Mr. Singh. Based on your experience, extensive experience in the mining, what would your reflections be?
Hello.
And maybe if you can also, as Mr. Rath also mentioned, that organizations that are already involved in the bulk minerals, in the mining, processing, etc., what can their role be? Because a lot of expertise may already exist. And what are the kind of incentives, if I may say, that they may, or the kind of push that they may require so that critical minerals becomes an important lever, both from exploration, mining, processing, etc. So happy to hear your thoughts.
Respected Veenaji, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I thank the department for giving this opportunity to speak upon the incentives for development of critical mineral blocks. First of all, I must compliment and congratulate Government of India and Ministry of Mines for doing extremely positive mode for last 1 decade. Since the introduction of 2015 MMDR Act, a lot of improvements, transparency, and fair practices have been introduced in mineral auctions and development. Time to time, policies have been revised, improvised, and introduced. So if we see in last 10 years, 399 blocks have been auctioned. And of late, the focus of government identified critical minerals also. In last couple of 2 years, 3 tranches of auctions took place and 14 blocks have been allocated to the preferred bidders. That's a remarkable achievement. And 4 tranches under pipeline for 21 minerals. That's another progress on the agenda and mission. The topic what my friend Jan was asking about the incentives. I must come to incentives before I give the basic reason for giving incentive to the segment. India is one of the 10 top mineral producers of the world. In coal, we are number 2 in the world. In iron, we are the number 4 in the world. And just for your information, the obvious geological potential has been explored only 10%. There is a 90% room left for further development, establishment, resource estimation. It is highly unexplored country, even now, after old mining practices more than hundreds of years. So we lack a lot in exploration, there is no doubt about it, but a lot of initiatives taken by the government is going to augment the entire process from exploration to production. Let me be very specific. Incentives could be two types. One could be the direct incentive, second could be the indirect. Indirect incentive is much bigger in magnitude. Direct incentives, like ma'am was saying in the morning, the EL, that exploration license, has been introduced and now it is under the process of allocations. So that bidder comes through reverse bidding. And if the block is found viable techno-commercially, there is a provision of profit sharing for the license holder till the mineral exists or the mine operate. That's perfectly fine, well defined. But there is another scenario which we need to, I request ma'am to address this issue. If a license holder goes to explore, it is a highly capital intensive activity. Lots of investment without knowing the future investor, FDI or industrialist go there. So there should be a provision in case of no go, if the exploration results are not favorable, there should be provision which has been already deliberated in many of the forums, that there should be some policy for reimbursement of the capital expenditure carried out during the exploration by the license holder, maybe full, part or some percentage. This will further attract FDIs, Indian investors or big corporates or PSUs. There should be some refund possibility. That is a very important direct incentive. But there are many indirect incentives. If they are streamlined, by default, investment and aggression we will see in the critical mineral segment. One, right now, if a exploration license or prospecting license is given, the forestry clearance is required, which has a mandate of 12 months, which is never achieved in 12 months, which delays the whole cycle and it exponentially adds to the production. So sometimes even they don't reach to the production and the project fizzles out. Here, my submission to government is the FC clearance to be exempted from PL, like we have done in the case of petroleum industry. Way back, forestry clearance was not required when they were going for exploratory drilling or evaluation, because during exploration, the minimal damage is there to the forest. It's negligible. So I think that should be exempted to expedite the complete process of exploration. Second indirect incentive could be, we need to have public hearings for various stages of the project. Say, for example, forest clearance, we need public hearing. For environmental clearance, we need public hearing. For land acquisition, we need. So in many advanced countries like Australia, Canada, Latin America, Brazil, there is only one public hearing, which speaks about the entire project right from exploration to end. And if single public hearing covers the entire aspect of project, the stakeholder is more comfortable. They know why this project is being developed and what is the fruit coming out from the project. And that one public hearing will become a reference point for any statutory or regulatory approvals in future. So single public hearing will save multifold timing, investment of time, energy, efforts, and money. So that one policy framework to be regulated and 3 departments to have one public hearing. That is one suggestion which will be an indirect incentive to the industry. Third could be when we do a auction of the block, first, the exploratory data is too low for especially critical minerals because in general they are deep seated beyond 100 meters of level or much deeper. The point is, if data is not there, the confidence of investor or the exploration company or the mining company will have very low because it will have a lot of capital inflow. Number two, when the block is demarcated, I'll not name any mineral or anything. I give one example by generic name. A big block was there in the past. Just to bring auction, they split into number of blocks, 4 or 5 blocks. What happened? Block became small. Now the resource potential is dropped. The risk of investor or exploring company is very high and viability is fizzled out. As a result, what happened? We lost 8 months. Sufficient bidders were not there and the blocks were annulled. All blocks were annulled. So who's at loss? We as a nation. So my submission again, ma'am is not there. The block formation and creation, like my colleague said here, is a very important aspect of making the critical mineral mission successful. The block demarcation should be such wide, the potential of mineral remains very live, healthy, so that there is an attraction for an investor to be there for its techno-commercial viability. Point number one. Only in case of explode block to G2 level or beyond, we can have a small block or because everything is visible. But in a blank blocks, the block should be larger. One step government has already done from 25 square kilometer to 100 square kilometer area has been allocated, which gives enough strength, confidence to the investor to invest money on the capex required or capital required to develop or prove that resource. So this is one submission. Another indirect benefit can come from the offshoot of the previous point. When we go for a block, the government should know if some bidder wins this block, what are the requisites? The first requisite is land. Now, land could be for the project, could be for the compulsory afforestation, which is a time-consuming process and it takes years by the time we lost our block. I'm just giving you a specific example. Here, government can provide incentive to the segment by creating land banks in the respective states. And if the land bank is already available, if someone is going as an investor, he knows so much of forest area, so much of compulsory afforestation is required. I need to invest on land so much. If the land bank is there, government will allocate so many hectares of land you require. Okay, that is there. The timeline is squeezed and production ramped up in a shorter period of time. It's very, very vital. The government should intervene into land bank. If land bank is in place, I can tell you mining projects will come very fast. I was recently in Brazil for some acquisition is going on. There only they take 1 year from exploration to mining license if the exploratory work is done. Here, time frame given for regulatory clearances is 3 years from CL to ML. I can, sorry to say, I can say not a single case in the history ML has been granted in 3 years. Not a single case. So it goes for next 2 years extension. Then some special 1 or 2 cases were achieved in 4 to 5. Rest have been taking more than 5 years. Here my submission, we have been hearing for long single window clearances. So here we need to focus, especially for critical minerals, and then because critical mineral is the backbone of the nation now. It's required for solar, it required for EV, it required for batteries or transmission, defense. So it's very important for us, and government is rightly focusing on that. My submission to government is, if we can streamline the clearances process, that's their framework. Here my submission is very specific, like in the rule, it is written, if a bidder completes CL, he has 3 years to grant or apply for ML. It is that way. If explorating agency or bidder or the investor has submitted his framework within the timeline, there should be a timeline commitment on the regulatory body also. That if proposal has been submitted, government should respond in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, or else they should comment on it. At times, it takes much longer without hearing this way or that way, which delays entirely the production process. So this is very important. And one more point, I'll not take much because time is very short. Last important incentive can be given. It's very important. Already government is working on that. That is the mission, one of the agenda also. If we see, again, I will not be classifying any state. The resources, the manpower resources in the state government to be augmented. Right now, what is happening? One person is there, he is dealing with auctions, he is dealing with geology, he is dealing with the reports, he is dealing, sorry, it's not, I'm suggesting for augmentation. At the same time, if you go to another state, without naming, their revenue is more than 40,000 crores today. And if you see the manpower resource skill base is multiple of hundreds, whereas the same potential lies in another state, more mineral rich state, they have few dozens of people, A to Z. So if we can deploy suitable skilled manpower in the government site at state and center, I am not 100%, 1000% sure India will see the day when we are Atmanirbhar for critical minerals. There is no doubt about it. The steps taken in 3 ways: recycling, overseas acquisition, and domestic development. Last incentive is very important because ma'am is there. She's, I'm sure, is our torch bearer. So things will definitely, and similar such forums have resulted where we are sitting today. We have been talking this for several years, and today I'm so happy. And again, I compliment to the government. So many positive things have happened in last couple of years. Industry is in visibility now. Otherwise, mining was the last backbenchers. Today, it's the front runner. I must compliment ma'am and his entire team. Last one point, we have introduced EL policy last year. Very good initiative. But if you see, the major mining developed countries have policy of, if a junior miner or investor takes a block for EL, of course, here there is a reverse bidding for his profit sharing till the end of a mineral. Seamless transfer of EL to ML, if it is introduced, it will attract much bigger investments in the sector. The process could be different. It could be forward auction or whatever. I'm not suggesting that. But the point is that if a junior miner is going, his objective is to develop the block and give it back to the government or sell it to some big investor. But if you make it seamless transfer from EL to ML, I can easily vouch that big investors, FDIs, and big corporates, public sectors will be more at ease, and the sector will develop much faster, much bigger, and efficiently. With this, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sim. Yes. So what we'll do now, we have of course some participants online and those who are joining us here physically. Specifically those who are online, I would request 2 things. One, if you can share, raise your hand, but also at the same time type in your comments, because in case we are unable to take your comments, we'll at least have those recorded. And those who are also joining us in person, please limit your intervention to maybe a minute or two so that we can capture. We'll always, I'm sure you can send your response in a written manner to the ministry itself, where it can be recorded. I would also, to both Mr. Rath and to you, Mr. Singh, what I may ask maybe towards the end, if you can take 1 minute to talk about some of the financial aspects of all of the things that you've mentioned, of course, regulatory, and that's very important, already captured. But if we have to say, is there a need to allocate any specific budgets? And even if you may not have the number, can you think of some ways on which one can start thinking about on what those kinds of incentives may be? I'll next come to Mr. Dugal, who's the chairman, strategy and policy, and the former group CEO of Vedanta Group. He's joining us virtually to share his intervention. Mr. Dugal, over to you.
So thank you very much for inviting me. I wish to be there physically, but I'm sorry I'm traveling. But still, I am very thankful from the bottom of my heart inviting me virtually and asking me to give my comments. Enough has been said by Mr. Singh and Dr. Rath. They have spoken all the right things to support the industry, support the critical mineral. They have touched all points, right from the block size to the clearances and the forest clearances, environment clearances, seamless transfer of exploration license to the mining lease, or maybe how the this could be differentiated from the normal minerals, and how do we define the critical minerals. So I will emphasize 2-3 points on this. Why the name critical has come? We feel the critical mineral name has come because it is critical for the nation. It is not critical for, I mean, it may not be that critical for the project proponent or the investor. So we will have to, assign the criticality of this for our nation, where, the today's wars are being fought on some of these resources, and the world is very, very divided now. And we have also seen where the export of some of the critical minerals by some of the nation has been done. So the future ready, when we will have these minerals in our nation. But I would like to congratulate Ministry of Mine that they have shown the right intent, and the government has also shown a right intent. I mean, the exploration license differentiated from the normal license, where a lot of regulation have been brought, and Mr. Singh was saying we should reimburse the exploration cost. They have already included that the exploration cost to the extent of 50% could be reimbursed with a ceiling of 20 crore rupees. So and there are few other, like the area relaxation, some of the other things which have also been done. So that means that there is a right intent. So what are the roadblocks today, and what is the experience of few tranches of the auction for the critical mineral which we have done in the past? It's a mixed success. Not very big players have come. So many, I mean, few blocks have been repeatedly annulled, and they have been auctioned. Still, we have not got so much of success. It is also being talked, by many people that the OGP has not been explored beyond certain percentage, and there is a large potential. I come from Hindustan Zinc. I have experience that how the critical mineral or deep-seated mineral behave. This company was privatized in 2003 by the government, and the fortune of the acquirer started from the day the company was acquired. because these are deep-seated minerals. I mean, enough was not done in these minerals. And when we started going down, even today, when we have mined up to 1.2, 1.5 kilometer, we feel we are still seeing that the deeper we are going, the ore body is opening more and more. So this is the finding of critical mineral is not an easy game. I mean, it requires a lot of technology, it requires time, it requires effort, it requires a global viewpoint, it requires technology-driven machines. So it requires everything. It's a big risk. I mean, we have a mine in Australia which is called Century Mine. It was explored for 100 years before we could establish that this has the resource, and it became the richest zinc mine in the world. So those are the stories. Of course, from those days, the technology has changed, the time has changed, and everything has changed. But the question is that it's a very, very risky game. I mean, I will still say that the kind of importance which is supposed to be given to the critical minerals uh, need to further go up. I mean, like the semiconductor is thought as a critical sector for the country where Prime Minister himself is involved. And I know that the semiconductor event which took place at Ahmedabad, where the Prime Minister was there, the Tata project was announced, and I think and we were also in talk with the technology supplier from Taiwan. Uh, all that decision was taken in 15 days' time, and Prime Minister himself was involved. So much of importance was given. So I want to raise a question whether a similar importance is being given to the critical minerals or not. I mean, all impediment, all roadblocks, uh, anything which comes in the way of producing the critical mineral by the consultation process, all roadblocks should be removed. It could be size of the block, it could be the environment clearance. I mean, we have been requesting the government, and this is being talked at various forums, whether we need to have the forest clearance for exploration. There is a minimal damage to the forest which is done. We have also suggested that maybe the project proponent can, submit a plan that, let us suppose, the 50 trees, 100 trees, 5 trees, or no tree will get damaged by doing the exploration, and this is the scheme they have. And they will, themselves submit a scheme and certify that this is how they will mitigate the damage, what they will do. So my point is that if we are able to resolve these issues across the table with the industry, with the intention that it is really critical for the country, because the importance which is attached to this, apart from the decarbonization, is very large, because these minerals are
Mr. Dubey.
required even for the technology. The wars will be fought for these minerals in future, maybe, because we also know that uh, uh, some time back, China banned
Mr. Dubey, can I
export of
request you to,
critical
uh,
minerals to some countries. So I will end here, but thanks for giving me the opportunity. I am very happy that the way the motivation is building up in the government and the stakeholders, this area is going to see the bigger light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you very much.
thank you, Mr. Dugal. I'll now open up for discussion specifically for those who are in the room. If you have any questions, comments, suggestions, please raise your hand. You may introduce yourself and may want to comment. If there's any specific thing that you would want to comment, please go ahead. Anyone? Anyone online, you can also raise your hand or put your comments on the chat box.
Hi, I'm Samir Goduru from the Center Business Council. Firstly, I just wanted to understand what are the incentives that we can sort of provide foreign organizations, sort of, especially from Secondly, just wanted to understand what the financial de-risking options that can be possibly provided to foreign investors in this space. Finally, what are some other alternate options that can be looked at, such as board level partnerships? So you get.
Thank you, Samir. We'll take some of these questions and maybe towards the end, ma'am can answer. But can I request to those who are speaking, if you have very specific session, because what the consultation will benefit from is that you can, while you of course raise that, you can also give us a suggestion that what are the kind of incentives that foreign companies may be looking for. So you let us know, because I mean, otherwise it's anything and everything, and we are also not necessarily sure that what is exactly, and then that process may continue. Maybe you can come back later. I'll collect more questions. So whoever is speaking, maybe it'll be good to hear some suggestions exactly on what needs to happen. You can of course identify the gap. I see Mr. Sarangi online who wants to speak. Professor Sarangi. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm Professor Sarangi, head of the Department of Applied Geology, IIT ISM Dhanbad.
Yes.
Sir, my query is, why the exploration is, whatever initiative has been taken, it is confined only to GSI and other exploring agency. Why the institutes are not invited also to participate in the exploration? Because I have my own experience. Recently, I have got some good results in an area near to our area, in the coal fields. I wanted to submit a project. I went to MOES. I went to MOM last month I think, and I was informed that it is only the exploring agency who can submit project for a R&D type of activity, or it should be or any exploration. Means only the explorer, not any IITs, or this not they are out of, it is not a rule. As per rule, we cannot submit any project there. Why it is so? Because we also have, because some of us are from GSI. In some of the faculties are from GSI, they have been trained. We can also do the exploration. Why it is only confined to the only the exploring agency? Why not the institutes are allowed to submit any project to explore?
Thank you, Professor Sarangi. Can I ask a quick follow-up question? Will allowing institutes solve the problem, or is there any follow-up concerns that you think will also emerge? That includes any financial incentive, grants, etc., or is allowing only the roadblock that you see? Professor Sarangi, that was for you.
Yes. I am listening.
Yes, so I'm saying, is the regulatory roadblock only in terms of approval to institutes to allow for exploration, or do you think there'll be further roadblocks or potential challenges?
Sir, I had made a project proposal in the G4 format, and I also went and presented, though it is an informal presentation. In MOE, in one of the officers' chamber. So, as far I came to know that it is that we are not permitted to submit any project for exploration. It is only the exploring agency or any private or government, not any. It is not any institute. That's what I was told. So I have to come back. That in that format is not. It doesn't suit the rule doesn't permit us to go for any subject, any G4 or G3 type of exploration. It's not permitted.
Sure. Thank you, Professor Sarangi. Anyone else here would want to comment, share any suggestions? Anyone online?
I'm Professor Ravi Kumar from IIT Madras. Can I say something?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Kumar.
Yeah. I'm Professor Ravi Kumar. I'm nominated by the Director of IIT Madras to participate in this seminar. I would like to thank the Government of India for this excellent initiative. I think it's really timely. I have a couple of questions. One, has the Government of India identified the critical mineral reserves that are available in other countries, possibly friendly countries where it is possible for us to access those mines easily. So that is the first question. Second question is, whenever I go abroad to different countries and see, I see mostly Chinese companies which are part of most of the mining explorations who have dominated the market. For instance, when I recently visited Jakarta to attend the International Battery Summit, I saw that the Chinese companies have dominated the mining market there, particularly because Indonesia is high on nickel reserves, which is very important and a critical mineral for electric vehicles. And I did not see any Indian presence. So I just want to know whether in this global competition of accessing critical materials, critical minerals, are we losing out by not being very fast? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. If I may take the liberty to answer both these questions. The first one, there's a lot of information out there in the public domain on what the resource and reserves are available by different geological organizations across. But on the second one, we have the next panel discussion itself. So I think maybe you can pose the question in the next panel discussion. That would be helpful. In the interest of time, I'll just take the final question there, and then I'll give it to ma'am to answer some of the other things.
Yeah, myself Saurabh Gupta. I am co-founder of Ziraf. We are a startup focusing on mining and exploration of in India and also outside India. My question is about exploration of critical minerals outside India. So a company like ours, a private company, when it goes outside India, in Indonesia,
Sorry, I know, Saurabh, you have started the question, but the next session exactly talks about this. Okay. And there are incentives. So I think let's wait till, because I think we are overshooting the time, if it's okay, because the next session is about acquiring critical minerals outside. Okay. So I don't want to eat into that session also. Thank you so much. Apologies. There are no questions, so maybe you can talk about some of the incentives, etc. Maybe some clarifications. Thank you.
First of all, thanks to both the panelists for sparing their time and sharing their thoughts and raising the concerns about the critical minerals sector. And also thanks to Mr. Duggal, specifically raising the issue of the success of the critical mineral auction. First of all, I would like to say there are some incentive schemes which already been in place for exploration license holders, which is being announced by the Honorable Minister of Mines. 50% of the exploration license, exploration cost subject to an upper cap is being reimbursed by the government for the critical and deep-seated mineral exploration and for the exploration license holders, as well as the composite license holders of critical mineral and deep-seated exploration. This is recently, 2 weeks back, we have announced. Then regarding the issue of land bank for compensatory afforestation, this is an issue which we are issue, but they have their own concerns at their level. But some states are very positive and they are taking some initiative. Then there was an issue regarding timeline for commitment from the regulatory body. Yes, there are certain timelines fixed for forest clearance and environmental clearances by the concerned ministry in their own rules, but we also know those timelines are being adhered to from the date of onboarding of the application on the website, on the portal, and the delay mostly happens in onboarding the application on the portal. That was an interesting observation which we had, because when we were talking, the Environment and Forest Ministry always told they are within the timeline, they are clearing all the, giving all the clearance. But then when we did the whole, did the study of the project proposals, we realized that many a times the applications are not been onboarded into the portal. So what we are proposing now is to set up a project management unit in the Ministry of Mines, and which will have the required manpower, who will be regularly coordinating with the project proponents as well as with the regulatory body, so that there is a continuous monitoring not for the sense of policing, continuous hand holding for the project proponent, and also taking it up with the regulatory body, so that we can all work together to get the clearances in time for the preferred bidders. Then we all appreciate and understand, and we require more manpower. I am one of the proponents for that, but I don't.
Thank you.
Whether we'll get. Then there was one question about what are the incentive which we are going to give to the foreign companies. What are the incentive you want? You tell us, and then we will work on it. That is already rightly Rishabh has told. Then the professor from ISM, Professor Sarangi from ISM Dhanbad has asked us why the institutes are not able to give proposals. There are two options. One is like they can come as and notify as an exploration agency under Section 4 of the MMDR Act. So many of our PSUs, state government DMGs are all notified. I think we will be able to notify them under Section 4, and then they can take up. Another option is like we have to specifically see whether we need to make a separate provision for the research organization or educational institutions. Definitely, it's a good suggestion. We will explore it. And Dr. Kumar from IIT Madras has asked whether India has identified the critical minerals in other countries. Yes, we have identified, we have a matrix of countries and minerals, and we are writing to the ambassadors of those countries to identify an officer in the Indian embassy to collaborate, facilitate Ministry of Mines to collaborate with those country mineral department, so that we can have a better coordination with such countries. That work is going on. We have identified, and in 1 or 2 days, our secretary will be writing to them. Yes, we are aware of the Chinese companies' dominance in exploration and mining of critical minerals across the world. And that is why we are coming up with this mission. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Again, requesting those who were not able to speak on the domestic mining exploration policies and suggestions, please send your comments and suggestions in written to the Ministry of Mines. We'll work with them to see if there's any research support that we can provide on those. Thank you again.
1 minute.
Yes.
Very important. I'll not take much time. As it was said, that it's a very high capital intensive segment, exploration. So first we need to analyze out of 24 minerals, which are the minerals required to the most in terms of volume and its revenue. So if we identify a particular mineral, then we can have a roadmap for doing exploration of those blocks which are mapped earlier by GSI or other exploration agencies in India. So once we identify which mineral is most critical out of these 24 critical, so we can identify. If we look at the complete process of exploration up to the resource estimation, 80% or more money will go into the groundwork. That is mapping, etc. And drilling is the most expensive part. So funds are limited. I know it cannot be 24 minerals across the India. We cannot do exploration, and in next 5 years we are ready with the data. So that prioritization must be done by ministry. So that is to be done. Number two, after drilling, the sampling analysis and then resource estimation, modeling, etc. is part of it. So major fund is required there. 20% of the fund is required for its beneficiation, processing, refining, etc. For which we need not to invent the wheel again, because the technology is across the globe available. Maybe some fine tuning is required, suitability to the mineral. So my submission is we should prioritize the mineral, focus it, and then we can, in a focused manner, do the exploration work for those minerals before we come to the auction. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close this panel and hand it over to the next moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists for their insights and to the audience for their responses. I would like to welcome Director R.P. Gupta, Ministry of Mines, to felicitate the panelists. Please give a round of applause. With that, we conclude our first technical session. Our next session focuses on acquiring critical mineral assets abroad, trade, and stock management. This session will be moderated by Shavik Bhattacharya, Associate Director of Resource Efficiency and Governance Division, TERI. Please join me in welcoming the panelists for this session. Davinder Sandhu, Senior Advisor at the World Bank. And Mr. Mohan Natarajan, Business Head, Strategic and Precious Metals, Adani Group. Sirs, request you to be on the dais, please. Please welcome Mr. Davinder Sandhu and Mr. Mohan Natarajan with a round of applause.
Thanks, Aparna. Good afternoon and congratulations to the previous panelist and moderator for a wonderful discussion. So taking cue of the assets development within the country, so we are moving beyond the country, and it's good to kind of get a cue of the question that we received from the last panelist. So this session would primarily focus on acquisition of assets from the perspective of global assets, looking at the value chain, the trade, as well as the stockpiling. And as we heard from the morning presentation from ma'am, that there are 4 or 5 major elements that we are looking at so far this specific acquisition of assets across countries are concerned. And because it's a kind of a global asset, one of the most important thing would be the collaboration. So how do we collaborate? Because there it may not be possible for a single entity to go and acquire assets globally. So how do we kind of forge that collaboration between the private and the public sector? And what kind of support that we are looking at as a part of this critical mineral mission? The second would be like the infrastructure development, both at the places where we are acquiring those assets, as well as the kind of infrastructure that may be needed, right? The port to the place where it would be further processed or would be demanded or consumed. The third is because, again, it's a kind of an international movement. We are looking at the trade aspect, because trade play a very important role in ensuring that we are able to have conducive policies for bringing those resources into the country. The fourth on the stockpiling, because it may have that the demand for these resources may not be uniform, and it might see some slight cyclical or fluctuations over a period of time. So how do we go for that kind of a stockpiling? And the fifth one is the strengthening of the value chain. So these are the 5 elements that we would like to look to hear from our panelists, as well as the participants who are present physically as well as virtually. So we are today joined by 2 major panelists having a wide range of industry and policy relevance. We have Mr. Davinder Sandhu from the World Bank, who is a senior advisor over there. And we have Mr. Mohan Natarajan, who is head strategic and precious metals at the Adani Group. So maybe what we would request you is to provide your insights, be precise, because we are running a little behind schedule. So obviously, if there is a opportunity, we can always come back and hear some of your additional inputs. But maybe to start with, Mr. Natarajan, your initial thoughts and feedback.
So thank you very much. Just to give the perspective of what we are looking at. See, in the morning, in the first session, we talked about critical minerals, and somewhere in the between the discussions in the lines, I have to clarify to give the perspective how a prospector does things. You get a world-class deposit only after every 1,000 explorations, probably 2 to 3. So it is quite risky business, as Mr. Singh pointed out in the beginning. And in elsewhere in the barring India, apart from say in developed economies, be it Australia or be it Canada, you have a very strong feeding system of junior explorers, which we don't have. And we get multiple projects for evaluation across the world. And the junior explorer, when they talk to us, then their perspective is, okay, this is my drill hole, this is my volume, this is my density, this is my metal content, I'm sitting on $1 billion. Right? So that is the motive for the junior explorer to put the money in. And he is willing to take that risk. And that's how, when the risk, when they found some deposit, there will be negotiation and we will settle at a price. And then he transfers to the major mining houses. So he takes most of the risk. That's the reason those systems are well developed, which we don't have. Unless we have the incentive here in India, taking cue from them, take that, we need to incentivize, people should think that I'm going to get $1 billion deposit. They may not get $1 billion, they might get $10 million or $50 million. But that incentive is what is going to drive. Now, in the current system, what we have, if you compare, there is no incentive. Why should we be major companies, be it us or Vedanta or Birla, why would we spend $50 million? The first thing which goes on a budget cut is exploration. Even on a running mine, we will slap exploration first. So we are not tuned for that risk appetite. That risk is to be taken from somebody else. That is the first thing which needs to, when we compare the global acquisition and the global mining practices and the Indian mining practice. That is on point number 1. Second is when we go for, look at the space what we have. Let us talk about the reality of what the space we have and whom are we fighting with. You have, European Union sitting with 500 billion euros with the European Critical Mineral Act, and you have in United States with IRA and CHIPS and Act, and Chinese with flush with cash. So their investment is funding left, right, and center. Be it Congo, China has incentivized Congo. Such a fantastic deal. I'm really amazed. As long as the copper price is staying $8,000 plus, government of Congo will get $225 million every year. No questions asked. So every deposit is being acquired in this fashion. So we definitely will look into us, looking to overseas exploration. It carries risk. If you go to Chile, you have a resource nationalism issue, water issue. Peru is highly fragmented. Bolivia is with its own risk. Africa, everything is getting contained into themselves. South Africa with the power problems will not be able to give minerals, and labor is highly fragmented. Zambia is investing, calling for investments left, right, and center. People are signing up. Every week there is something happening in Zambia, and be it Congo. So the most important part, while we look for exploration, which the assets will be good, but still it is outside. You don't have control. Exploration risks are very high. Moment you find a world-class deposit, it is not going to stay with you. Look at Cobre Panama, what happened. Cobre Panama produces 1% of global copper. A beautiful asset, well-developed Canadian, environmentally sustainable operation, $11 billion went in. Within 1 year, people started talking, some issues happened out, the mine is shut. The world lost 1% of copper. And environmentally sustainable build in middle of equatorial forest. So much as we would like to go and then get the assets, there is always a risk, because collaborations will not work. Because the forces at that time of closure is completely a different dimension, and you cannot stand against that wind. You can get some deposits, you can get some offtakes. Yes, that is definitely possible. The first and foremost thing is the regulations should be lot easier. We are taking steps. The steps are good. But then it needs to be fast. See, within 3 years, Saudi Arabia is emerging into a superior mining code. Look at in the public domain, the amount of exploration licenses increased by 300-400% in 1 year. 300-400% exploration licenses 1 year, it has increased. And I don't know how many, whether people are tracking it. They find something like 100-kilometer strike of gold. On existing gold fields, they get 100-kilometer strike. That is going to change the gold industry. So the point I'm trying to make is, yes, for the time being, we can get some resources. We will get some minor major deposit, world-class deposit. Development is always carries a risk, because somewhere tables will turn. Most important thing is we need to build our own feeder systems. Somebody in the Mr. Duggal mentioned about OGP. We explored 2% of our OGP, overall geological potential. We don't know whether we have resources. We get some strikes of nickel, some strikes of platinum, palladium, but whether these are those 1,000 deposits, where there is a super deposits lying somewhere which is to be found, GSI cannot do it all alone. Open it for the private players. Let them capital into capital markets. They will take the risk. Giving incentive or refunding exploration is, you are de-incentivizing is. They will put the money in. They will know, junior explorers are the smartest ones. What the majors will do for $1 million, they will do it in $100,000 or even less. So from this geopolitical space, what we have, and in the contention of what we are trying to do, the most important is we need to focus internally, outside risk as these things are developing. Suppose, see, for example, if in Congo will give the metal now. Once they build the hydroelectric power, they will have enough electricity, they will convert the metal. Your metal is gone. When Inga 3, the dam which they are talking for 20 years, when it is built, then they have surplus electricity. They will convert from blister to anode to cathode. And they will charge the premium. See, purely from an international aspect, the resources are available in, there are only 5-6 known geological belts. People will know it. The least explored belt is so far in the stages, your Pan-Arabian Shield. And Saudi Arabia has started doing it very well. And then by tie-ups with, various countries from a formal level, from a governmental level, that can work. And when we go into the specific, resource-rich countries, the first point is cash. What is the amount of investments we can bring in? And what is the risk mitigations? And government is, in the last 2-3 years, government is extending full support in terms of engagements with, Africa, Zambia, where the government of Zambia has offered us 9,000 square kilometers of land to explore. So those things are happening. Those things are definitely happening. But when you look at into, other countries where the resource is substantial on the Latin American belt, then those carries inherent political risk. But much as political risk is there, the core business is not getting affected. The mining business is not getting affected in those specific countries where the political risks are very high. Especially where mining industry is fully established in places like Chile, there is significant political risk in terms of water protection rights and other associated issues. There is significant political risk. For those countries which we need the resources, even if the political risk is going on, even when things happened in Bolivia, where there was a coup attempt was there, we checked with the mines were operating. Nobody harmed the mines. Even in Liberia, 2 years ago, there was a political attempt. People know what to disturb and what not to disturb. So the wider world is not that risky in terms of operation and in short term. You will get your resources, but it is not sustainable. Moment those development happens in those places, and we are back to square one. And those countries are what, 10 million to 50 million population. We are about 1.5. With this comments, I'll pass it on.
Thank you for that global scenario, and thank you, Ministry of Mines, for inviting us. So what is the push? Where is it coming from? Really, the push is coming from a long-term view on economic growth and development of India. There is one kind of energy sources that India put itself on for the last 50-70 years. The way India is going, its own energy security, onboarding energy assets in terms of renewables, and therefore a great demand for critical and renewable energy minerals that are needed for PVCs, EVCs, and even other industries. That's where the push is coming from. As a transition occurs, you need to find consensus in the population for various actions that happen. For example, if there are incentives to be given, there is a demand on the budget. So when the finance minister will present that budget in parliament for a specific incentive, questions will be asked on how this particular incentive is aiding economic development for the country. So the critical mineral mission that is moving forward, I think, is addressing that very well, because the Indian citizen will demand that I want onshoring of the value chain. It should not happen that if I am moving along on a path of renewable energy and moving along on a path of EV, better climate, and the India's global commitments on being a climate change leader, then it should not happen that jobs get transferred abroad. Because as we know today, for every solar panel that India installs, there's a certain amount of man-days that is being handed over to other geography. Therefore, I think we need to understand that the push for the critical minerals is actually representing at its very foundation the economic growth aspirations of India, and the fact that the citizens will demand greater and greater onshoring of value chains. If I look at sort of the map of the world, it's a good correspondence and congruence that large number of these minerals lie in what is a recent phrase that has been heard, and you all heard it at G20, and India is a strong proponent of that phrase, and that phrase is the global south. So G20 also had some conversations. I think it's important for a large economy like India to start these conversations amongst the global south. And why do I say that? Because there is a shared history of economic growth with a number of these geographies, especially in Africa and what we call West Asia and what the rest of the world calls the Middle East. I think there is a need to put out those kind of compacts within the global south, because the value chain can be clearly decided. I mean, let's face the fact, if I am country A in Africa, and all that country B wants is that please give me your mining assets and I'll take them away, then I, as the government of country A, also need to answer my own people. Then why are you giving away our primary assets? And just like India's citizens will demand that if you want me to have more RE, then I must have jobs also. I should not create jobs in another country. I think this is a very good value chain that can be created amongst the global south countries, with India taking the lead, where India is a consumer of these elements on the upstream part, and the other large number of global south countries are producers on the downstream part. So what value addition can happen? It should not be that the ore is simply mined and transported to the port and taken away. Maybe some part of the value chain, the downstream value chain, can happen there, and some other part of the value chain can happen on Indian shores. And therefore, a kind of a G2G understanding that is midwifed for our specific minerals. So I think this is the sort of broad kind of view in my mind, that when I look at all the experts that are speaking and government's own aspiration coming out of the finance minister's speech, and of course the prime minister's commitment that various COPs of net zero by 2070. This all flows from his basic push for India's growth as it goes forward. Now, the critical part that I see is how do we make sure that, as is rightly being talked of, where are the risks to be mitigated? And that's where the government of India itself, the World Bank, we can all come together in setting up those risk mitigation structures. Even if you look at India's recent growth in other infrastructure assets, there were NPAs that came forward, and the government has done very well in taking care of those NPAs by de-risking a number of those projects, large number of projects. Value literally was in billions of dollars. The question that the developer, whether it's a mine developer or whether it's a port developer or anybody asks from the government is, I looked at the government data to understand what is the growth level that the country is going to achieve. On the basis of that, I have built my financial model. And therefore, I'm coming along with a certain investment. If the basic indicators of growth, whether it is GDP growth or as a country or in a particular geography, etc., that's happening, that does not sustain, my financial model is going to get hit. Therefore, can you mitigate my risk? So in the case of mining asset, for example, basic prospecting, basic exploration data is coming from a lot of official sources. And if on the basis of that, I as an investor come in and put some money there, and I find that that basic data is not sustained, will the government set up a risk guarantee fund? Because then my appetite increases, as Harvinder and a number of other our colleagues have pointed out, that somewhere that risk mitigation strategy has to be put in place. So I think, we'll have a conversation as we go forward, but I think it's quite clear that India doesn't have the amount of minerals that it needs at this point of time. The initiatives to have them have been going on for a long time. JVs of PSUs have been set up. Before Kabil also, there used to be another one, I remember in some 2009 or something, there was something capitalized with 1100. It didn't go forward because the same questions get asked. When we want to buy from somebody else, they say, tell us what is the value that you're adding here. A very important aspect of Indian growth at this point of time, when the world recognizes, is that India is technically and managerially competent nation. Therefore, what was mentioned earlier in the day of maybe taking a skilling initiative to some of those global south partners, where they can be upskilled, make sure that some part of the value chain did. So I think clearly without government backing, without G2G channels on global trade, and a global understanding of the system as it works, and then putting forward those supply chains becomes critically important. But I also want to talk of some of the, these, a global South initiative, a national risk mitigation fund is important, but I also want to talk of the smaller things. Just give me a minute. But this is important for us because as a society, we believe in recycling. We know that, we've been doing that for centuries. So there's a lot of critical minerals that are lying in our pockets and homes. I had the good fortune of writing the first return logistics policy in the Ministry of Environment and Forest had taken up that initiative. But I think there is a critical need for putting that much in place. Let's get the stock out of our homes. For want of a parallel, since this is a mission, something like a Swachh Bharat mission, that please get the electronics out of your home, your phones out of your home. All of us have so much redundant critical minerals lying in our homes, in our drawers. There are USB drives lying, there are old phones lying, and this industrial mining is something that we need to do. All India Chief was here. Industrial mining of, for example, refinery wastes. I believe some startups are already there in India. So I would also like to suggest to the mission to be much more aggressive on taking these critical minerals which are lying in our waste and recycle it back. But of course, more questions on Global South and risk mitigation.
Thank you, sirs. Very important and relevant points. One, obviously, on the aspect of consensus and the policy and business case for bringing in more financial support so far the risk mitigation is concerned. The Global South, how we can leverage the Global South to kind of form associations that can actually leverage each other assets to kind of strengthen the availability. And obviously the final aspect of how we can bring in more materials, so which we would be able to discuss maybe in the recycling sections. So now that we have heard from the two eminent panelists, we would like to open the floor for discussion and any specific inputs and feedback. And also we have participants who have joined online. Please feel free to raise your hand in case if I have missed during the process. I think there was a question, I think Mr. Gupta, you had raised during our previous discussion. So if you can just share it again.
So I had a question and a suggestion actually. So respect to acquisition of abroad, the way we are doing risk mitigation by providing the would similar measure considered companies which are doing exploration when they're ready to a certain extent that more companies are incentivized. Also, like have to spend get blocking part of that by based on certain energy. Second part is also the create the regulatory landscape of the licenses of course. But if there's any G2G, like a certain private companies from part of a certain group, organized globally, CMM group, and which get some kind of a fast track, access licenses of based on the part, of that. Some kind of a clean channel that would be very.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. It's like very good suggestion. I should say that in the mission we have made a provision for giving funding support for investment outside India, both for private and public companies, but we have not kind of worked out the quantum of support, and we already have a committee in the ministry at the level of the additional secretary who is working on the SOP, means the procedure guidelines for providing the way forward, as well as the support for both private and public companies. And you can give, if you have any specific suggestion, you can always write to the ministry, which we will put in as part of our guidelines, which will be coming up, because these are all, like, each of the component of the mission has several action point. One of the action point is bringing out a guideline and also a funding for investment outside India. Then definitely, yes, helping the companies to navigate the regulatory landscape of those countries, as I have already mentioned, it's a whole of government approach, and the Ministry of External Affairs is going to be a very integral component of acquisition of the assets abroad. And we have already discussed internally to request them to offer the support to us, so that our mission, Embassy of India in these resource-rich countries, will have an kind of identified officer or a wing which will support the companies and the ministry in getting connected to the concerned department in those countries and help us in getting the regulatory clearance. And also we will use this G2G forum for facilitating those clearances. This is part of our mission objective. We have included it in our document also, but you have any specific kind of suggestion, you can write to us.
Yeah, we have, if you can just introduce yourself, CSAP. Yeah.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, panel, for a wonderful discussion. I'm Karthik. I work at CSEP. The question that I had for panel is, I think all the largest processing companies and countries do own assets abroad, and it's a very competitive market right now in terms of asset ownership abroad as well. What are some of the challenges you think that India and Indian PSUs or private companies should be aware of when they're moving into more asset acquisition abroad in such a competitive market? Thanks.
So maybe we can, in the interest of time, maybe we can take one more question and then we can come to the panelists. Yeah.
Hi, thank you very much for a great presentation, and congratulations to Dr. and others for such a great mission. My question was regarding stockpiling. I think the session discussed stockpiling, and broadly wanted to check if there is any sort of thinking going on within the government, within industry as well, of private stockpiling against any price fluctuations or issues with the value chain.
Thanks. So we would stop here with regard to the questions, and I would request the panelists to kind of quickly respond and maybe add, because you wanted to add maybe a few points, I think, before you wanted to. Yeah. So if you would like to take up these two questions, because you as industrialists as well as advisors, you might be knowing a lot of risks that are associated while acquiring assets abroad. So what would be the kind of understanding that one entity should have before, like, they are going and acquiring assets?
Both are very interesting and very relevant, pertinent questions. See, at this stage, what's happening in the market, I mean, the copper remains the same. There is no new asset coming in, and I don't think any new copper is going to come in for the next 2-3 years. So the copper is changing, the invoice name is changing. BHP is acquiring OZ Minerals, somebody is acquiring some other minerals. So the asset prices are very high. People pay serious asset prices. The biggest problem, if we want to develop an asset at this stage, is the capital intensity. So the incentive price which we need, which is the one thing which I want to talk about, for any new company to start a project is no more, it's well above $8,000, $9,000. The new projects are not going to come until the price hits $12,000. Every company is giving the dividend. So there is no incentive for companies to start because the capex cost of developing a mine and time is phenomenal. Even in a very well established systems, you are looking at 5 to 8 years. If you are lucky, you might get 4 years. From zero to from virgin level to production start is 8 to 12 years. And the capital cost will at least double up, at least in the interim period. So the biggest risk is the amount of money required and the incentive price we need. Second is stockpiling. As an industry, we can't afford to have stockpiling. Because who is going to fund that? Who is going to fund that? It is a government initiative, right from oil stockpiling to metal stockpiling. It is something the government needs to work out and say, what is the amount of stockpile we need based on the forecast. This is in relation with the point, Savik, Madam, I would like to bring it to your notice. There was a very interesting study which was done. China went crazy on aluminum between 2003 to 2009. Okay, they built something like a 70 million tons of aluminum capacity. Right now they are operating 35. 35 to 38 is their current operating capacity. Now, why did they spend so much? They spent nearly $70 billion getting money in, getting mines in Guinea and developing their aluminum smelters left, right, and center. Now, the interesting part is why did they do this is that if they would have not done that, then the government of China, PRC, would have spent about $1 billion, the aluminum price would have gone crazy. So now we are on the same growth trajectory. So between Ministry of Mines and Savik with the think tanks, you need to perhaps project what is going to happen in this. Because what will happen is eventually then our money will go to the mines. And China is still not stopping building copper smelters. So this is something which government needs to take cognizance and a proper workout needs to be done in terms of what is going to happen to all the critical metals. If the scenario is going to be here, then the mitigation plan is something which needs to be done very fast and a much bigger level. Thank you.
So there is one part of which is the industry part. But when I say when we look at the ministry and we look at the country, we are talking of making sure that whatever is needed is available. Government plans, for example, today say that over the next 10 years, we are going to make 8 lakh buses into electric vehicles. So as has been rightly pointed out, we need to understand over the next 20-25 years, what is the exact quantum of each critical mineral that is required? If we have to have 8 lakh buses, has a calculation been made on how many magnets we need? What is the need for neodymium? How many will be samarium? And what are the catalysts that we need for making that happen? Industry can only respond by making investments to those clear government commitments. Because finally, the chart of growth, economic growth, will be decided by the government. So I think the question is quite clear in terms of saying that if I need 100 units of critical minerals, then I need to lay out a plan of 20-25 years, make sure my investments are available, my risk mitigation structures are there, my user industries in terms of whatever Ministry of Road Transport needs to do in terms of vehicles and various urban development ministries need to do in terms of buses and things like that are in play. And maybe since nothing ever goes to plan, maybe everything needs a contingency. So maybe some 10 or 15% is my contingency margin on which I'm building up a strategic stock for the country. And again, an idea that I would suggest for the ministry to consider is why not a government-to-government exchange for commodities versus some things that we make. For example, I know today a lot of African nations don't have the transport assets to transport some of their mine minerals to the ports. They're asking perhaps some people within the government of India, please give us, lay railway lines for us and give us railway wagons and locomotives so that we can take the minerals out. So why not a global South G2G based commodity exchange that allows us to exchange, assets that India is strong in and take it to them and, have our contingency going by getting these critical minerals on a G2G basis. And those conversations are happening within the government, as the Joint Secretary is aware. Mr. Sanjay Lohia is working on one such project there. So I think that is the important part, to make sure that industry is given a clear understanding what does the country need based on the announced growth plans over the next 20-25 years. And then they keep on planning for the 10 or 20% contingency from various markets. I mean, for example, today, if I look at the commodity markets, everybody is, looking, faces are pulled down, this is the way it's going to be. And then suddenly, all of a sudden, you never know, it goes back again. So these cycles will continue to happen. But economic growth and the development of the nation cannot be hostage to commodity price cycles. And so the question is right, how are we going to build our stock? How do we see the stock in maybe a 20-25 year horizon that encourages the private sector to come in and make investments? And then the government plays that 10-15% and has effective risk mitigation structures in place, financial as well as developmental, to make sure that nobody loses their money in the long run.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sandhu, for Global South. We understand it, and we are part of many of those dialogues which are happening at the international level. And regarding Mr. Ganesh's stockpiling question, yes, we have built that into the mission activity, and we are working. So, but one request I have to all of you who are present today here as well as online is like, let us not forget the objective of this seminar. We are trying to gather suggestions also, because we want this mission to be a very, very impactful mission which can address the issues in the value chain and bring ensure the supply chain for the critical mineral for our downstream industries. For that to happen, we need real good suggestions. I again and again request all of you to give your suggestions because you have seen the document which we have made at the presentation which we have made at the initial, which give a comprehensive view of what the mission is about. We invite all of you to give your suggestions through mail. How to reach out to us. Please give the suggestions. Questions and answers are all good. We can clarify as much as we have done, because we are also taking baby steps in this sector. We are only 2 years in the sector, and we need lots of suggestions, support from you all, both the industry, from the think tank, from the organizations like ADB and World Bank.
So I think we are done. So you had a quick, so really quick.
It's very quick, as my friends have already addressed it. We are operating in more than 50 countries mining sector. Support requirement of government is very important. Like we compare China. Here, government is there should be a financial participation. It's very important. Otherwise, this person's reward is very important. Introduction of foreign investment. There has to be some investment going out. Yeah. Certainly. So government, especially in policy, is important. But financial support is very important.
Thank you so much for your valuable inputs. We are really pressed for time, and so before I end this session, humble suggestion to provide your inputs and feedback, whatever you have, who have not been able to really ask questions either physically or virtually. Please share your inputs and feedback to the Ministry of Mines on the comments. And thank you so much for attention and participation. So we would now move to the next session.
Thank you so much to our panelists for their valuable contribution. I would like to request Mr. Sukhdeep Singh, Joint Director, Ministry of Mines, to felicitate the panelists. Please put your hands together. A round of applause, please. Now we continue with our third technical session, which will address the reach and development and skill needs in the critical mineral sector. This session will be moderated by Rishabh Jain, Senior Program Lead at CEEW. So I request you to please come to the dais. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for this session. Dr. Kali Sanjay, Chief Scientist and Head, IMMT, and Anjani Maurya, Founder and Managing Director, Altman. A round of applause for the panelists, please.
Thank you, everyone who has stayed on with us. Of course, we have two important facets of the critical mineral value chain, both domestic mining and, of course, international mining and acquisition. There are two other aspects which are equally important. One is on the R&D and the skilling needs, and then, of course, the recycling aspect, which we'll discuss in the next session. So the key things that were presented by the Joint Secretary earlier in the presentations are, of course, at the back in form of the presentation. But what I'll do is, since we are pressed for time, we'll try to limit the session to 20 minutes. So, of course, we'll take the comments from the panelists here, but in case there are comments from those who are in the room and virtually, in case we don't have time, please write to us with your feedback and written submissions. So I'll not take much time, but first I'll go to you, Dr. Sanjay, Chief Scientist and Head, IIMT, to share your reflections on the critical mineral mission, specifically the aspects on R&D and skilling. What are the areas where you think there should be greater push? What are the areas where you think maybe it has not been mentioned? And what are the things where you think that maybe specific financial incentive may be required? So broadly these, but happy to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for inviting to speak about the R&D initiatives. And thank you, ma'am. It was a very excellent document and it has covered most of the things. But I just wanted to highlight a few issues which are related to R&D challenges. Because when we're speaking about creating a center of excellence or facilities, there are a few things which I just wanted to give a slight background about what we have been doing, because CSIR has been involved in developing the technologies from mining, exploration, and processing. We have worked on several minerals, land-based minerals. For example, you talk about nickel and cobalt, the only resource in India is the Sukinda chromite ore burden. We have developed the process and tested in a 10 tons per day scale. That was done way back in 2002. But what's the status here today is still the technology has been proven, but the commercial aspects have not been come out, though we have the technological knowledge. Similarly, there are when issues were there when we had lack of tungsten, we went and then developed vastly a technology to recover the tungsten values from Hatti gold mine tailings, having scheelite about 0.02%. So it was again strategically done. We have been doing for polymetallic nodules. But all these things, what I find is that when we're talking about critical minerals, they're critical because one, that you don't have the resources in an exploitable concentrations, point one. Point two, that you have them is insufficient in the sense that you have a demand and supply space. So coming to the first part, whether we take the technologies and develop the technologies, the issue is whether we can compete with the same technologies that are using a concentrates. So the market is decided by somebody else who is producing at a with a higher resource. Now, technology is one part. The second is the technology commercialization is second part. So if it is a strategic requirement, yes, we have to do, and then we have to develop these technologies, be it deep sea minerals and all those things which are not yet commercially exploited. We need to develop these technologies and keep, but fastly matching the demand, we need to get the assets. Now, coming to the assets, the research challenges are how many researchers have been exposed to the commercial grade spodumene, or even we're talking about Argentina, if we are going to take the salars. So Indian researchers have not got any exposure to work on these things, and many of the industries don't go out and then try to talk with foreign developers because they are expensive, and sometimes there is a big gap. So the biggest challenge here is how do we get an access to these resources for the researchers? One thing, ma'am, I was also part of that delegation to Chile with sir, and also last month I was in Australia. I've seen two types of people. One, the commercial angle, where they keep a lot of things confidential. The processes are not well discussed, and there is a lot of IP. The second part of is the research, where when you talk with the professors, when you talk with intellectuals, and they have an access with these things. So the research can be two phase. One, to take care of our own resources. So resources are low grade. So you have a beneficiation done, matching with the resource which is commercially exploited, done. You don't need to go beyond that one. Second, you don't have like fly ash, red mud. Glad to see those things. Now, when we're talking about fly ash and red mud, the issue here is you have a very small quantity of rare earths compared to the large other mass. So no power plant will be interested to develop a technology on rare earths while generating a huge waste. So the good part of it is that we have to develop our own innovative technologies, and these technologies will be required for our own need. And this fly ash, if you see, for example, in China, they do it for alumina because they have less bauxite and they have higher content of alumina. But for India, we have a bauxite and less content of alumina. So the requirements are different. So we need to develop our own innovations, and then these things have to be upscaled for our own cause. So there are 2 points here. One, we need to have an assets that can be done for the rich assets in abroad for the Indian researchers. Second, we need innovations for our own these things to match with the commercial value. Otherwise, they will be strategical requirement. Second part of it is the recycling. I just will close with this point. Yeah, recycling minerals. I'm talking about research part. So the many times when we get research for recycling, the biggest problem is we have a lot of recycling people abandoned in between because not having the right kind of material in the right kind of volumes. The issue here is that in the challenges when we're talking about the research part of recycling, the data can be, can be created, which can be helpful through research itself. When research can be not just the technology development, research in terms of data development, and which is very important because that will help us to the planners and the policymakers to see whether these resources can be actually a resource or just. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjay. I'll come next to you, Anjani. Of course, for those who are not aware, Anjani has been first cathode material manufacturer for batteries in India. And given that you're first or one of the first itself, how did you go about the R&D when some of the minerals that may be required, one, may not be available in India? And I know you're also in the process of acquiring some of these, but what is the role that research and development has been playing, and how did you develop that capability, and what are the challenges that you think that the mission can solve for organizations like yours to scale up?
Thank you. I would firstly thank the Ministry of Mines for having us, and I'd keep it short in essence of time. So we are the example of how research translates into Indian research translated into commercial scale. Like we've licensed our technology from one of the Ministry of Science and Technology Institutes, ARCI, which is a sister institute of IMT, I guess, and then upscaled it from a lab scale to the current day scale and also expanding. So keeping in mind the time of essence and the time to market, which is the most important thing, because we need to penetrate into the existing supply chain. Why? Because this industry already has a supply chain that is set, and we need to compete with the Chinese prices. We are adding critical minerals, we're looking for it, we're scouting for more minerals in and out of India. But the point boils down to, are we able to do it in time? Because qualification becomes the most important thing. So a senior colleague in the industry, in the battery material, recently mentioned at an event that if a battery manufacturer or a cell manufacturer has $1 to spend, they spend usually 30 to 40 cents on cell manufacturing, and they need to spend about 60 odd cents in integrating the vertically integrating their supply chain, because that is how you create security. And when it comes down to R&D and other things, each company, the CATLs and the Goshens of the world, example, have about 20,000 odd scientists with 50,000 test modules. We have a very less compared to what they have. So we need to also invest into these things, and we need to partner with countries where there is requirement for technology, they don't have the resources, and where our institutes, our esteemed institutes, can provide those technologies in exchange at a very early stage, and then be a partner when they get into industrial scale production. So the Ministry of Mines has been helpful in creating a project that we are doing in Brazil, where we're not just looking at exploring for minerals, but it is also important that we set up refineries, if not to cater to the immediate needs of the industry. And that is what we're looking at, setting up refineries of spodumene in Brazil, and also in the form of technology. I guess what we've been done is also an example with Bolivia. Bolivia has all the resources, but they don't have the technology. We have the technology for LFP that we licensed. So we leverage that, transferred that technology against assured supply. So I think technology, R&D and everything can complement each other in forging partnerships for the better or stronger relations in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Anjani. We can first take questions from the room if anyone has. There are also some questions on the chat. If can we see the chat box? Anyone in the room would want to speak, share their thoughts?
Can I speak?
If not, those who have shared their questions on chat, do you want to speak? You can unmute yourself and maybe also speak and share your question.
Sir, can I speak, sir?
Yes, Doctor. Can you unmute yourself? Yes, Dr. Nitin Vasekar. Can you introduce yourself and share your thoughts?
And I'm from ARC Hyderabad. So my question is, how much reserve of lithium is present in India? And
can you introduce yourself also, Dr. Vasekar?
Yeah, I'm Dr. Vasekar. I'm presently working as senior scientist at ARC Hyderabad, and we are working on lithium extraction, and but we are not able to get the lithium ores in India. Actually, we would like to extract the lithium from the ores present in India. So my question is, how much is the lithium ore reserve present in India? And if it is there, how can we get hold of that lithium ore from government so that we can kickstart our R&D for extraction of pure lithium so that we can get lithium carbonate directly?
Yeah, that's a well-known process is there. So you have a two direct lithium extraction process and all. But again, as I mentioned, it's about the percentage of lithium. So spodumene, if you start with in Australia, you have to beneficiate up to 6%, and that's the benchmark. Like I mentioned, an example of nickel laterite, Indonesia or Australia, they start with 1.2. What we have is we can't beneficiate the Sukinda chromite ore burden. It has about 0.5, 0.6. So technology will be the same path, but issue here is at what cost?
Yes, sir. I mean, how to get lithium ores in India, sir? Because what we have to do is we have to work on our own ore, not from imported ore, so that we will be self-sustained.
Dr. Kali, Dr. Kali, Dr. Kali.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry to intervene. Good afternoon, madam, and all the panel members. I am Dr. Ramanuj, Director, IMMT. In India, the persistent to that question that where lithium resources we have one deposit. We are working very closely with GSI and Ministry of Mines. We have one resource at Karnataka. That place beneficiation process is being developed under CSIR lithium mission. So that one part of beneficiation and enrichment has been done, and we are in the process of making lithium carbonate. Second deposit is at Rajasthan, then IAMT. So and Jammu Riyasi deposit are 4 places, although low in quantity, but it can be beneficiated.
Yes, Anjani, quick.
I would, to all the researchers, obviously, with utmost respect, I would like to add that, we have the resources, and these resources are being value added somewhere in the world. So if we are reinventing the wheel, we are wasting the valued resources of ours and also the time. So if there is something already there, there is no harm in licensing the technology and doing incremental R&D to get the further, to lead the race in the future. But I think what is already invented, we should try get through technology transfers. I know that Ministry of Mines has been going, even ARC and multiple institutes have worked closely with many national institutes of other countries as well. So reinventing the wheel is not something I think we should do. We should get whatever is available and then do incremental R&D for the future.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just.
Thank you. I see a hand raised. Critical Minerals Trackers. Can you introduce yourself also? Who's speaking? And you can share your thought. Thank you.
Myself, Dr. Y. Satyanarayana from Critical Mineral Trackers, Geosolution Center at IIT Hyderabad. In fact, we are talking about induction of the new technologies. See, particularly when I'm talking with reference to the AI induction. So it is, we all know that it's a data driven. What I feel is AI should be inducted from the very starting level itself, because it supplements the traditional techniques and outcomes and all. So we should involve it, AI to be involved at the various levels. And all of the sudden at the end of the G2 or somewhere, G1, if you are inducting, I think there won't be much benefit out of it, because already we have drilled so many things. We have done very detailed surveys and all. So this should give a guideline from the beginning onwards, from G4 onwards. That's what, so that exploration can be very fruitful. Definitely it will supplement. I don't say the AI alone will give the results, but it will supplement our traditional techniques. That's my thesis.
Thank you so much, Dr. Satyanarayan. I'll end the session here. Everyone, I see a lot of comments on the chat box. Again, requesting all of you to please share written comments on email. And those who would have also wanted to speak, please send in your thoughts and comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our panelists for their insights. I would like to request Mohammed Sadiq, Superintending Geologist, Ministry of Mines, to felicitate the panelists. Please put your hands together. We can have a louder round of applause, please.
ఈయన చాలా రిసోర్స్ఫుల్ సార్, చీఫ్ సైంటిస్ట్. అవునండి. ఎవరు సార్? ఈయన ఉన్నాడు కదా లాస్ట్ సెకండ్ పర్సన్, థర్డ్ పర్సన్.
Now we move on to our fourth and final technical session, where we will be discussing about the production-linked incentives for critical minerals recycling. We will be beginning with a presentation by Shri Shakil Alam, Economic Advisor at the Ministry of Mines, on the PLI for recycling of critical minerals. Sir, please welcome. I invite you onto the stage.
Yeah.
Yes, good afternoon to all. Can you hear the Grateful for this opportunity to present about an incentive scheme which has been envisaged for the recycling industry of secondary sources for separation and extraction of critical minerals. So this is part of the critical mineral mission being discussed today. You are well aware of the scenario of critical minerals in India. However, just to give a brief overview, 30 minerals were identified as critical on account of their high economic significance and high reliance on import to meet supply requirements, and in which there are supply side risks as well. In most of these minerals, reserves as well as production are either nil or very low. Right. The high economic significance is mainly on account of its strategic use in strategic sectors, basically in clean energy systems, EV, energy storage, solar PV, wind turbines, and in other strategic sectors such as space, aero, defense, electronics, and fertilizers. Right. Right. The supply side risks are on account of high import reliance and the geographical concentration in its extraction and processing. As you can see, the import reliance is 100% in most critical minerals, and about 23 are listed in the slide, including lithium, nickel, cobalt, PG, antimony. I can see so many. There is significant import reliance in others like copper, phosphorus, silicon, and graphite. Such huge import reliance has resulted in significant forex outgo of over 50,000 crore rupees in raw material form alone, and around 80,000 crore rupees if we include waste and scrap and unwrought metallic forms. Import reliance is one aspect. The other is reliability of the supply source. Like it is important as few countries have a stranglehold over production and refining. For instance, in China, its refining industry account for over 60% of lithium and cobalt processing. Right. So, how can we enhance domestic capacity and ensure supply chain resilience in critical minerals? The strategy so far has been mainly on exploration projects, expediting the auction of critical mineral blocks, and subsequently expediting operationalization of mines as well, and overseas acquisition of mining assets. You can see that over the last 4-5 years, the number of exploration projects of critical minerals has increased quite significantly. From say 59 in the field season of 21-22 to I think 196 in the field season of 24-25. As far as the auctions are concerned, as you all know, the amendment of the MMDR Act in 2023 has empowered the central government to exclusively auction critical and strategic minerals. And I think within 1 year, 48 unique critical mineral blocks have been auctioned. Have been launched for auction in 4 tranches, of which 14 have already been successfully auctioned of the first 3 tranches, right? The other strategy has been to use our bilateral and multilateral relations to acquire mining assets overseas. There is significant, progress in Australia, Argentina, and I think Chile, and in other fora like MSP and in IPF. I will not, elaborate here, but I'll just add that in order to facilitate freer evacuation and entry into India, import duties on 25 critical minerals were eliminated as part of the announcement under Union Budget in this year. Also, the import duties have been reduced for 2 critical minerals. Right. So another strategy which has been envisaged for ensuring strong supply chains within India is through the recycling route. As per estimates for 2030, 100 gigawatt hour of lithium-ion battery (LIB) capacity will be required to achieve energy transition goals in transport. As per ACC Industries plans, the capacity in 2030 may even reach over to 200 gigawatt hour. For 100 gigawatt hour, which is around 450 kiloton of LIB, the raw material requirement will be about 56 KT of lithium carbonate, 53 KT of nickel sulfate, 48 KT of cobalt sulfate, and about 100 KT of graphite. Again, as per estimates in 2030, 88 gigawatt hour or about 400 KT of waste scrap LIBs will be available for recycling. And if entirely recycled, even at 70% utilization level, we can achieve huge self-reliance in LI, CO, and NI. As per existing industry estimates, there are plans for about 300 to 320 KT of LIB recycling capacity by 2030. This will help achieve extraction of about 27 KT of Li, 21 KT of Ni, 46 KT of CO, SO4, and 38 KT of graphite. Self-sufficiency will be 48% for Li, around 40% for nickel, and 95% for cobalt. And for graphite, self-sufficiently alone from the recycling will be about 40%. Now, these figures will be higher if 400 KT recycling capacity is achieved. So now this is the announcement by Honorable Finance Minister in our Union Budget speech for 24-25. Now, I'll not repeat here. Here, actually, we are just focused on the aspect of recycling of critical minerals as part of the critical mineral mission. since the announcement also speaks about a suitable financing mechanism for the mission, an incentive scheme for recycling industry has been thought of. For the scheme to have focus, we can select about 20 or 21 minerals out of the 30 critical minerals identified on the basis of high import value, high import reliance, and the scope for recycling. So the incentive scheme we are speaking about is on the basis of these 4 aspects of meeting critical mineral demand, feedstock available, meeting the gap in recycling capacity, and mitigating forex outgo. We will see each of these aspects in some detail in the next slide. Right. So the required LIB capacity in 2030 as per NITI Aayog report is about 450 kiloton. And as per anticipated industry plans, I mean ACC industry plans, it can be much higher. So even if 450 kiloton in 2030 is assumed, the recycling capacity gap as of now is about 375 KT, since the existing recycling capacity is about 75 kiloton. As per industry estimates, there are plans to increase the recycling capacity to about 315 kiloton, which will reduce but not erase the gap. And hence the scope for more investment in recycling is always there. An incentive scheme can help encourage the industry to invest more in recycling. Like here, I must just inform that here we are speaking about investment in the LIB recycling space only. The scheme will also include, or have under its ambit other recycling systems as well, which will process all eligible input and extract all eligible output. So I will not go into the exact details of such a scheme here. It is still in the works. On all the specifications, I'll keep them slightly open-ended and with options so that industry stakeholders here and also joining online can react and we can understand the industry appetite for such a scheme. Eligible input, it can be around 30 or 25% or less concentration of the critical mineral in the secondary source. It will ensure adequate value addition through the recycling process. Eligible output can be in any usable form and should have at least 98 or 99% purity of metal. Higher purity like 99.5% can also be thought of, which can also enable higher incentive rates under the scheme. Yield would mean the extraction rate of the critical mineral from the source. We can have a uniform 80 or 85 or even 90% across all sources. So as far as the industry target segment we are trying to reach through this incentive scheme, there can be large recyclers and startup recyclers as well, and which can be classified as Group A and Group B. The criteria of inclusion in this scheme can be gross manufacturing revenue, which is a standard way, even in other schemes as well. So as the exact criteria goes, it can be GMR of anywhere between 200 to 400 crores, above this amount for Group A and under this amount for Group B. This is of course as per the stakeholder consultations which we have had earlier. Other options can also be explored. Right. The rate of incentive will be on incremental sales basis. There can be 2 rates also. A higher rate can be allowed if a higher level of purity is achieved at the output level. Rates shown here, 6 to 12% are just indicative rates. Incentive rate in most existing schemes are in the range of 4 to 10%. Yeah. Also, some minimum investment by applicants will have to be fixed in order to allow them to avail of the scheme incentives. Investment over 5 years, whether upfront or even scattered, over these 5 years, can be anywhere in the range of 50 to 300 crores for Group A and 10 to 100 crore like rupees for Group B. This is as per like wider feedback which we have received, and to ensure inclusion. Alternative structure can also be like explored. So all this is like this indicative. Assuming that the incentive scheme is approved in the near future, the scheme can become operational. After issuing of the instructions, like followed by the RFP process. And other formalities. This slide is just to have an idea of the year-wise stages of scheme implementation. So the award of the incentive will normally be for 5 years, which is same across all existing schemes. Okay, thank you so much. If there are any questions, I can answer them after the main session is over. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Alam, for the informative presentation. Now we will be following up with the panel discussion. This session will be moderated by Shavik Bhattacharya, Associate Director, Resource Efficiency and Governance Division, TERI. On the panel, we have Rajat Verma, CEO of Loham Clean Tech Private Limited, and Abhinav Mathur, Head of Strategy at Atero Recycling. We also have Sri Shakil Alam on the panel. Please welcome them with a round of applause.
Good afternoon. Back. So today we have the final session, and if you look at the value chain, so we start with the production, bringing the assets in the country, and then the use as well as the recycling phase. And thank you, Sri Alam, for this wonderful context-setting presentation. So I think most of the issues that we are supposed to deliberate on the recycling part has been very well presented. Thank you, sir, for this wonderful, concise presentation. Today, we will start with this panel discussion, and I did not have to introduce, so they're like the two stalwarts, particularly in the recycling space, one representing Loham and the other one representing Atero. So we have, maybe we can start with Abhinav from Atero, and then we'll go to Rajat, to you. So the issues primarily with regard to how we can scale up through the support and what are the opportunities that you would like to leverage in terms of scaling up recycling in the country? Over to you.
Sure. Thank you very much, Shavik. And really congratulate Mr. Alam for the presentation that he made. And thank you very much to the Ministry of Mines to be holding such a session and inviting recycling as well. One correction that I would like to make, Shavik, we started with production. I think we are ending with production as well. The numbers that Mr. Alam has said is literally pointing out to the importance of the recycling industry to ensure that there is enough production and self-reliance within the country. Very quickly, just wanted to share the company that I represent, Atero, has been in the space since 2008. We do not only lithium and battery recycling, but do electrical and electronic waste recycling as well, taking out something like 20 plus materials, both critical materials, precious metals, as well as rare earths as well, which are very critical for the future of this particular technological future of the country itself. So one thing which I wanted to, particularly highlight before I start into what kind of support would we expect, or rather the industry is expecting from the mining industry, mining ministry. Wanted to say that, some of the speakers previously highlighted some geopolitical risks, some environmental risks, and also continuity risk when a country which you are extracting metals or materials from, they start to become advanced. So one advantage that you have with recycling, given that the materials are already in the country and they are flowing, there is higher efficiency in extraction, first of all. You have lower GHG emissions in comparison to mining. There are multiple elements which you are trying to address at a single time, because finally recycling is addressing the problem of mixed metal refining. Then there are obviously different approaches that recycling industry can itself give to the mining industry, because the kind of challenges that we are facing are different. The approaches which traditionally the mining industry is using can be augmented by some of the efforts that we have made, and it can be efficient as well. And we have tried to do some amount of refining of tailings as well as mine material as well, and we have found that to be pretty good. The one advantage that we have in India from a recycling industry standpoint is that our recycling capabilities are much more advanced. We have been in regular conversations with UK, with EU, and with the US as well. And we have found that the recycling industry that at this point in time is there in India is much more advanced in terms of extraction efficiencies and purity of extraction of the materials than the rest of the countries that we see. Of course, China has some advantage, but I think we are still doing a much better job in recycling, in particular in India itself. Now I'm coming to the suggestions and the requests that we have from our side. We want that there should be stricter implementation of scientific recycling, although recycling is happening at this point in time as well, but it is being done by the informal sector, which is disadvantageous from a national perspective, because the efficiency that we are able to extract is pretty low. There is not enough collection and proper disposal happening. Even people who were speaking before our particular panel, they also pointed out that there is a lot of material which is in the industries itself, which is lying waste in the government. It's lying waste in households. We need to increase the education and ensure that those materials can come into the space. So education becomes very, very important. I think there is a good scheme which has been launched by the MCC in terms of the EPR, but the implementation of that needs to be very, very carefully looked at. There should be regular quality audits, and only recyclers who are able to extract beyond a certain extraction efficiency and who are able to extract more elements. So electrical, electronic waste, lithium ion batteries, and combined, if you were to look at it, there are close to 55 or more elements which are present inside of these materials. While informal sector recyclers and most of the recyclers are unable to extract more than 2 or 3 or 4 at the most of these elements, whereas the potential is much more from making India self-reliant. The PLI scheme, of course, we have discussed, and we'll continue to engage with the ministry to further refine it to what the industry will require. We need to track material flows. There's a lot of material which is flowing, and we need to ensure that we keep on tracking it and ensure that enough is coming back into recycling itself. India does not really have a lot of sort of carbon credit maturity. We need to ensure that there is carbon credits markets which get established in India. R&D needs to be focused upon. I'll give you a case in point. So while lithium ion batteries are becoming quite stable, but new technologies, LFP batteries, lithium iron magnesium phosphate batteries are coming in, lithium titanium oxide batteries are coming in. So the recycling industry has to continue to actually focus on ensure that our technology also becomes as advanced as the products are getting developed. Significant focus has to be given on design for recycling, so that recycling becomes more efficient as we move forward with new technologies coming into the product itself. One thing which we have been discussing with the MOFCC, and I think it's the right forum for me to table as well, is that there are different standards being adhered to by global brands in the EU, in Japan, in North America, in terms of the kind of investments they're making, or rather the prices they're paying for recycling. In India, the pricing that brands are willing to pay, the same brands which are paying very, very large fees over there for recycling, are not paying the same amount of fees. So there has to be a establishment to ensure that there is the right amount of investment which goes in, so that the recycling industry also can grow to the size that we are sort of envisaging. Otherwise, import of waste streams is very important. While we have seen the numbers around 400 KT is what we were talking about in Mr. Alam's presentation. I think that can increase further if we try to import more of these waste streams. And of course, we have spoken about stockpiling. I think that's a critical thing today itself. If we can start to focus on ensuring in the future, we will be able to, sort of handle these things. And of course, infrastructure development in forms of collection centers, logistics networks, and recycling parts could be an important part. Sorry for being very fast. I was told to actually, since we have very little time, I just wanted to ensure that I move very fast on these points. I'll be sending this to you separately on email as well.
Hello. Yeah, so you just add one more point on the question, whether the financial support to recycling is only the form of, or it can be any other form. So PLI is probably what Shakil must have.
Sure.
Are there any other options? Yet now or tell us later? So what are the options available for recycling?
So, I'll just make a very, very quick point, sir. Sir, PLI is important because of the size that we want to go to. So definitely that will be important. But finally, to make it sustainable, the business itself has to be sustainable. And the point which I made, that the brands have different standards for recycling costs in the West or in advanced developed countries and in India. I think there should be a parity made and the study should be done whether the recycling industry is making the right amount of money. If the recycling industry makes the money, then it will be capable of making those investments, which are very, very important to keep pace with technology and to create the kind of scale which the country requires. I think that is very, very critical. One more thing which I would like to say, and somewhere I think as the country, we are not taking advantage. There is a very generous IRA scheme which has been launched in the US. And many countries which are signatories to various trade agreements with the US, companies in those countries are getting advantage of the same. Whereas the Indian recycling industry, which is very advanced and can get a significant amount of advantage, are unable to tap into those resources. I think that is one very, very large size of, very, very large amount of capital. Although we will be supplying something to the US, in turn, but our own capacities in India and the infrastructure will get developed if we start to tap into that kind of capital. But I'll add to.
Yeah, great. Really like 6, 7 very relevant points, right from meeting the appetite of the growing recycling infrastructure in the country to the specifics of the kind of financing that we need to really ensure that the appetite is met as well as the entire supply chain is strengthened. Thanks. So now we come to Rajat for your interventions.
Thanks, Souvik, and good afternoon to all of you. And first of all, I want to congratulate the government on Mission Critical Mineral. It is absolutely imperative for Viksit Bharat 2047 that we have energy security and mineral security. And I, in particular, was very encouraged by the Honorable Secretary's emphasis on the word mission in the morning, which I think brings a sense of urgency to the entire activities around critical mineral security that we are all talking about. Thank you, Madam Joint Secretary, as well, for your very comprehensive presentation. And thank you, Economic Advisor, for putting together all the numbers, which at some level are reflecting the enormity of the task. As one of India's largest critical mineral recyclers, in particular today, at Loham, we have almost 80% of the battery recycling capacity of the industry and India's largest lithium and cobalt refining capacity. And based on the numbers that the Economic Advisor showed, we have committed to almost producing putting up capacity which is north of 50% of what is needed by India in 2030. That has been already approved by us in our organization at a board level. So we've been doing this for the last 6, 7 odd years across lithium, cobalt, nickel, and in a course of time, we've learned a bunch of few things. Some of those things have already been addressed in the morning. I'll just re-emphasize a few, and I'll also give a very quick feedback on your proposal, Mr. Shakil Alam, and I'll also address very quickly your question, Mr. Secretary, in terms of what are the things that can be done. So we look at, the learnings that we've gotten from recycling. We follow sort of the framework that we've seen emerge is A of traceability, B of responsibility, C of leakages, and D of job creation. Using these 4 frameworks, we've identified certain points which need to be addressed well. Traceability, fairly straightforward. What you cannot measure, you cannot improve. So super important to have a traceability framework. It has already been addressed in the morning, but where we need to have absolute clarity is in ensuring that proper HSN codes are put out there to identify scrap elements. We have to ensure that those HSN codes are monitored end to end, including when we are actually measuring what is getting recycled, under which framework, under which HSN code is it getting recycled and ultimately sold to the market. Responsibility, there has to be the onus of responsibility has to be affixed on someone. In the battery world, we have created a concept of a producer. In the general critical mineral world, we have to create a concept of the end industrial user, who ultimately is responsible for ensuring that the material gets recycled. What we've seen as a consequence of the battery extended producer responsibility, there's a shared sense of responsibility in the entire supply chain. It forces everyone to do things the right way, forces a producer such as the large OEMs in the market to actually align with a recycler who's truly recycling. And I think we need to extend that framework to things such as rare earth, neodymium, samarium, titanium, zirconiums, platinum group metals. We need to extend that same concept of a user framework or a responsible user framework. Leakages. There are 2 kinds of leakages that we see in the system. One is to the unorganized sector, and 2 is to the international market. Why do we leak to the international market? Because we do not focus on quality here. If we are producing 99.5% pure plus material, then that should be constituted as recycling. If we are not recycling to that level, the world has become super advanced. In particular, we all know we are competitive here with China, and anything which is not 99.5% pure will be almost considered scrap. It's not even considered an end product. So what does that mean? That scrap again makes its way to China. That's an easy way to leak material out of the system. So let's ensure that we strictly enforce very high quality rules. And why I say we should do it? Because we are already doing it. It is not something which requires fresh technology. That tech is available. At least at Loham, we have done that. And we hope our other industry competitors will also strive to developing high quality tech. The other leakage is within India. And that leakage hurts us more when it comes to materials which are in ppm levels. So when I talk about tellurium at 100 ppm or neodymium at 500 ppm or tin at 300 ppm, depending on which raw material I'm talking about, the unorganized sector does not care about that. They will only focus on the majority component of the material that is being looked at. And consequently, the smaller ppm critical materials, they leak into landfills, the water table and whatnot. How do we ensure material does not go to the unorganized sector? It's a very simple fix. The government at different points of time has played with it, but we need to ensure that scrap comes down to a 5% GST regime that ensures parity between the organized sector and the unorganized sector. And so that intervention is needed. And finally, Abhinav has touched a little bit upon this, but this is indeed a way for us to create really large number of jobs. India is relatively competitive with China and significantly more competitive with US and Europe. So we can become, even if they have their own critical mineral requirements and critical mineral geopolitical requirements, we can become their processors. What that allows us to do is 2 things. One, of course, it aligns us very well with them, creates jobs in the country. But 2, it also allows us to create much larger capacities, which really brings down the overall cost structure and really counts towards sustainability as well as lower carbon and lower water footprint that we are all requiring. So we have to use international frameworks, ISET, IPEC, etc. We have to use all the frameworks to see how we can get into collaboration with international organizations. Finally, to the economic advisors, suggestions put out there. So a couple of quick comments, but we'll send this in detail. You had suggested that we do 25 to 30% concentration. In certain cases, the concentration needed will be larger because of things like cathode scrap, where sometimes nickel content is of the order of 40%. So those have to become eligible for recycling, but we'll specify this in greater detail. You had suggested 98 to 99% purity. I again would emphasize that we fight for 99.5% purity on day one. Otherwise, we are leaking material into the international ecosystem. 85 to 90% yield is very welcome. I think in certain cases, we can go north of 95% yield. You had suggested rates 6 to 12%. Again, at an aggregate level, very welcome. But sir, we would also want to see that in certain cases, the critical mineral prices have dropped down substantially. So we should look at how to apply that. If I'm talking about a $5 a kilo material, there the 6 to 12% may not be adequate. When I'm talking about a $50 a kilo material, there the 5 to 12% may be over adequate. So we should do some balancing based on the commodity prices. And finally, so I just wanted to probably get further clarity, since we as a company have already invested north of 500 crores in critical mineral recycling. Will the past investments become eligible for any of this? Finally, sir, to your question around financing, certainly PLI helps, but I think preferred rates of interest on loans help. These are very cash flow. In these businesses, the cash flows are very easy to predict. So having reduced interest rate regime will help us quite substantially. I think giving grants to the good institutes which are doing research in metals, metallurgy, etc., and giving them grants linked to their co-participation of the industry for developing state-of-the-art tech will be another way to support the industry in terms of how we can generate absolutely best outcomes for the nation. So those are my few cents. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Rajat. Really concise and very comprehensive in terms of its coverage. You have, in a way, touched upon. I was just looking at the 4 points that you mentioned, covers all the 3 elements of sustainability, and icing on the cake is obviously the financing part. We really are shortage of time, so maybe the next 5 minutes we would take questions from the participants online as well as here present.
Hi, sir. May I go ahead?
So as of now, I can't see any hand getting raised. Okay. Lithium cycle, Li cycle.
Yeah, that's right.
Santosh.
Am I audible, sir? Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, now you're audible.
Great. So, hey everyone, this is Santosh here. I'm the founder of LI Circle. I'm certainly sure our industry colleagues have addressed all the points, but the National Critical Mineral Mission, I believe if we have a vision to become a global leadership in terms of recycling, we have better scope because the capex and opex in India is much comparable, right? And we've done that in the ship recycling industry, and we strongly believe that can be done in India. Coming quickly to the 2 points, most of the recycling concerns are sitting with 3 buckets. That is a cost, compliance, and convenience, right? Compliance, yes, CPCB is already working, MOFCC is already working. But in terms of cost and convenience, we believe we need some interference from the Ministry of Mines to support the startups. Probably somebody from the industry was speaking about the exploration cost, right? And the quantum that they need. Today, probably when we're speaking about lithium and battery recycling, the scale in India is very premature, right? So somebody as an industrial leader to do some experiments, it is going to be high cost to them. But apart from that, if they're going to support the startups, why startups, right? If Ministry of Mines or any other government body support the startups, the de-risking for the bigger industries in terms of technological exploration or scale exploration becomes, and then we can scale it. The second point that I wanted to note here is we've also been collaboratively working with few CSRs here, and the technology has come out good, right? But the major hurdle that we see is from, let's say, whatever TRL level to the industrial scale that we take, there's a lot of bridging gaps that we see. So if they can work on how the gaps can be filled, for example, how do we do the validation? Okay, getting a IP is done. How do we get it to the industrial level? So these kind of things, if it is addressed along with the adoption and the process protocols, if it can be shortened, we respect the protocols and process developed, but it is quite lengthy. We should give a better image in terms of quicker adoption and quicker implementation. So these are the suggestions that we wanted to put in the note. Thank you.
Thanks, Santosh. Yeah, Karthik.
Hi, am I audible? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to keep this as a suggestion and not a question as it was recommended earlier. While doing the critical mineral assessment study, we realized that something that really helps in terms of looking at recycling in the future is also not just focusing on the end of life recycling rate, but also looking at end of life recycling input rate. That is how much of the recycled material is actually being used in terms of meeting the demand, and having both the targets simultaneously would really help in terms of balancing while we are recycling this much tons, how much of it is actually meeting is used for meeting the demand here.
Yeah, very relevant recycled content of new products. Any more questions? Yes, sir.
Not question, but
Suggestion.
suggestion.
Sorry.
Can they be possible to the duty-free capital goods required for reprocessing? That scheme is run by for all core sectors, installation and stuff. That scheme is all existing and still it's run for some other product. Have the existing terminal reprocess, the capex.
Thank you, sir. So we'll just quickly check if we have any last minute questions, hands raised from the online participants, because it's not showing the entire frame here. Yeah. So we would request you, so we are really pressed for time. So maybe you can just share your feedback either on an online bit or through email or maybe on a one-to-one basis. Critical mill tracker. Yes, you need to unmute yourself.
Namaskar, I am Ramurthy from Critical Mineral Trackers, Hyderabad. My simple question is in the supply chain of the recycling process. First is the collection, and after that the processing, and after that supplying the material to the industry. So, but I think we are not focusing enough on the collection point of view. In most of the households, particularly in middle class, our critical minerals are lying in the households of the middle class people in India. So they don't have awareness about the importance of those critical minerals. So my request to the MOM is to give some awareness programs and the importance of those things, and some collection points also, so that they'll get a proper remuneration and the households will be free from the kachra, and it will be a really important asset to the government of India.
Thank you, sir. For your input. So yes, so quickly.
Risk the recyclers have is on the lithium contracts. I mean, in India, we do not have lithium contracts. If we have, there is no liquidity. We have it on COMEX, which is exchange, no liquidity. LME is making contracts, but for Indian recyclers, in order to, I mean, today what happens is we do the buyers outrightly in India. Because the CAM producer, they sell manufacturer. It would take time. They would take 1 year down there to actually take at bulk. So we need to develop along with MC, all other exchange contracts of lithium, that the price risk hedge those. Another thing.
But Kapil, even if we do that, you need a buyer in India. So just by putting it on MCX, we'll not be able to achieve much. And the buyer has to be the CAM guy. I think the government is forcing the CAM guys to localize the content. Now they have to become sort of, they have to become compliant to their localization percentage. So that is the issue there.
So really, so maybe I would suggest that if we can just take it on a one-to-one mode during the lunch session. So thank you so much.
Saying that this product includes what minerals, and that was very useful for the common man to understand that your Xerox machine includes what minerals. That becomes part of the education.
Absolutely. Maybe on a lighter note, a small periodic table attached to the commodities. But thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your inputs. And please join me in giving a round of applause to all the panelists. And I'm going to go to yours.
Thanks to our panelists for their valuable insights. I would request Sri Yogendra Singh Bambu, Director, Ministry of Mines, to felicitate the panelists. Please put your hands together. With that, we have reached the closing session of our seminar. I would like to invite Dr. Veena Kumari D, Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Mines, to provide a summary and decision action plan. I would like to invite Sri Manish Kumar, Deputy Secretary, Dr. Veena Kumari, Joint Secretary, and Sri Kanta Rao, Secretary, Ministry of Mines, to the dais. Yes, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Veena Kumari D, Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Mines, to provide a summary and decision action plan.
Thank you, ma'am. Secretary, sir, and the dignitaries on and off the state. We had for five sessions in which we have discussed the points in depth. In the first session on incentivizing domestic exploration and production of critical mineral, we have got mainly the suggestions were on easing the regulatory framework and exempting the exploration from forest clearances. And also there was a lot of emphasis on the exploration being the highest cost activity in the entire value chain. There should be more financial support for exploration. And also there was a concern that our mineral auction, critical mineral auction, need to be relooked, taking into account the block size and the resources in those blocks. Then there was one suggestion that we need to create, the state government has to create land banks in respective states so that the clearances can be taken at a faster pace. And in addition of ensuring timeline for the project proponent, the regulatory bodies also should have certain timelines so that both the project proponent and regulatory body work in synchronized way so that the production can start at a faster pace. These were some of the suggestions which is being received in the first session, and there was like concern that only 2% of the OGP area is explored, and if we expand the exploration, and there is a higher probability of getting more minerals within the country itself. In the session on acquiring the assets outside the country, we have got a very good input that since the countries are looking for what is there in each of the country for when they spend money. So like the most of the resource rich countries are trying to generate employment in their own country. So India can go in and have some kind of a dialogue with the global south so that this conversation can evolve in a win-win situation both for India and the other countries in the global south, because they are looking for value addition in their own country and also employment generation. So one part of the value addition, if it can happen in the resource rich countries, this will create a win-win situation. And then also there is this concern that is like, since exploration is very risky and most of the developed countries are spending a large sum of money, especially European Union and US and China, we also need to move fast and we need to have a good healthy budgetary support for taking up exploration and mining activity outside India. And this has to be done on a faster pace. So most of this discussion has revolved around how to mitigate the risk in investment outside the country and how the government of India can help the project, those companies in navigating the regulatory framework of those countries, and whether we have done any kind of homework on identifying the countries which are rich in resources and how these how the government can step in for supporting our companies. Then in the research and development, sir, we have like the CSIR has informed the gathering about the work already been done, and one concern or one point which is raised is whatever be the processing or beneficiation technology, it has to be environmentally sustainable technology and it has to be tailored to the need of the deposits in the country, because our deposits are mainly low, like the mineral content is quite low. So we cannot directly adopt the technology which has been developed in China and other countries because they have a very high grade minerals. So we need to have tailored technology in our country, and there was a request that many of those research organizations want to get access to mineral resource for research purpose, how to do that. And also one private company has requested access to our lithium deposits within the country to do their own research. So there was one request that the IITs institutes should be allowed to take up research exploration projects within the country. And then, sir, the last session, recycling has, on recycling, we had suggestions like we should have a stricter implementation of the scientific recycling process, should have a design for recycling and then infrastructure support for collection. And there can be an option for giving a lower rate of loan for the recycling industry and also removing other barriers. So many of these suggestions are being taken into account while we are drafting the document, and some of the suggestions like incentivizing exploration and all have already been done, but there is a request that we need to attract the junior miners to the country, we need to have a seamless concession. So that is one of the requests which has come from the industry leaders. Some of the suggestions we need to further look into, and I request all those who participate and who are here today and who are online to give their suggestion in writing so that we can further deliberate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kumari, for the summary and actionable insights. To officially close our seminar, I would like to invite Shri V.L. Kanta Rao, Secretary of the Ministry of Mines, to deliver the closing remarks.
Thank you very much. As I said in the morning, there are 7 major components to this mission, of which 2 are, let us say, administrative or finance related. There are 5 major components in which a lot of action has to happen. Of these 5, I think today's seminar we have covered 4. The 5 that I mentioned in the morning are production of critical minerals in the country, acquisition of critical mineral assets abroad, recycling in the country, and trade agreements with other countries which have these assets. And the 5th one is R&D. Of these 5 topics, we have covered 4 topics today. And I have the list of all the suggestions that have come in both from the people who are present here and online. I think a good number of suggestions and comments have come in. First thing is that the participation has been very good today, because since morning I'm seeing the biggest of the mining companies in the country and the smallest of the startups and recycling units and exploration companies all have participated. There are people from academia, there are R&D institutions, there are labs, government labs, private labs, think tanks. There's a big participation and a wider participation. So that's the strength, I think, of today's conference. And that is also showing in the kind of comments and suggestions that are coming. So on exploration for producing critical minerals in the country, I want to assure all the participants and the stakeholders that the financial constraint, there's no financial constraint in funding exploration. Exploration, like some of you would know, that compared to the financial year 22-23, in the recently concluded financial year, that is 23-24, we doubled the expenditure for exploration. It was about 150 crores the previous year, and we made it 300 crores. We have kept a budget of 400 crores this year, but given that this mission is going to come in, we're going to increase. And this is from the Mineral Exploration Trust, which has sufficient funding available. So therefore, on whatever exploration activity that you are suggesting, we will take up, and we will concentrate more and more on critical minerals, because that is the tougher part of the exploration. And we will also extend this exploration work to areas abroad. Now on critical mineral assets abroad, how to acquire them, we have said that a lot of public sector companies will be encouraged by the government. So there were a lot of public sector companies who were represented in the morning. There will be a whole of government approach where we will pick up PSUs from various ministries and ask them to go abroad, and there are already many efforts. We will also see some way of supporting the private sector initiative here. How to do that? There were some sessions people gave in the morning when I was chatting, and I'm sure more sessions will come in. We will have to make sure that companies from India, private or public, go abroad and acquire assets, mineral assets in general, and critical mineral assets in particular. On R&D, I think a lot of good suggestions have come in. A lot of R&D projects are already happening. There are about 100 R&D projects funded by us, which have been funded till now, and some of them completed, some are going on. And we have now started the startup route, and one of the online comment is that startups should be encouraged. We have started with a number of 15 startups being funded by the ministry in the last 6 months. But this will increase, and there is also a lot of effort that is happening in the scientific ministries. There is a concept of a pooled funding for startups from all the scientific ministries put together. I think that will also help our endeavor to ensure that lot of research happens in processing and recycling technologies. On the last session on recycling, I think a lot of work has already been done, which was presented by the economic advisor of what is currently being considered, and also some very good suggestions have come in the session. I was very curious to know if there are other models other than PLI to fund the recycling activities, support from the government. So one of the suggestions have come, like helping the capital expenditure cost, the equipment cost to be reduced through some kind of an incentive or duty exemption. And also one or two suggestions have come in. So we have noted all this. And as I said, at the end of today, we will have version 2 of the document. Maybe we'll do 1 or 2 iterations and then go to the government for approval of the mission document for the critical mineral mission. While we are on that, even after today's seminar, we would request all the stakeholders to give more suggestions, more specific inputs, especially on some of the current guidelines that have to be changed or current rules and regulations that you want amendments to be made. So please give specific written suggestions over email, and we hope to match up to all the aspirations of the stakeholders in the sector of critical minerals, and I'm quite hopeful that we'll come up with a good model of critical mineral mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Rao, for the concluding remarks. To conclude today's seminar, now I invite Shri Manish Kumar, Deputy Secretary of the Ministry of Mines, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to all of you. Today it was really a very fruitful discussion, and there was lots of analytics and thorough critical analysis was done on each and aspect of the mission. I really appreciate the patience of all the audience and of course all our guests. First of all, I will thank Secretary Sir for he was just right from the beginning. He was with us, and he guided us after the inaugural session and also for the couple of sessions. I thank my JS Joint Secretary Sri Veena Kumari Dharmal ma'am for her, because she was the architect of the entire, not only the session, but also for the entire mission document that has evolved through couple of past 1 year. I'm really thankful for all the panelists who have taken their time from this their busy schedule and physically present. Some of them wanted to be there, but they joined online for their very critical analysis of each and aspect, and also the insight they provided into the mission document. And I think definitely it will help us to take up the action points which we are going to take up further. Lastly, I also thank all the people, all the participants who have come here at short notice, also those who have joined online. Some of them have given very valuable suggestions, and also showed the interest throughout this session. It was short, long session, but was very important because it was very full of information. I also thank the think tank and the TERI team who were there, just there, right there, steered through the entire sessions, both the pre-sessions and also the document which they prepared for all the documentation part, and also the support staff. Thank you everyone once again, and I request on behalf of Ministry that our lunch has been arranged for all the guests, which is just outside to this room. Thank you very much, and then we close this session. Thank you.